Scully, you're looking at this all wrong. These unexplained aerial phenomena are not just advanced aircraft. They are interacting directly with human consciousness and perception. It's not a question of aerodynamics, but a non-human intelligence manipulating how we perceive reality. How does your strict biological science explain a phenomenon that changes shape based on who is looking at it?
The assertion regarding direct interaction with human consciousness warrants meticulous examination, and dismissing it outright would be as unscientific as embracing it uncritically. The reported shape-shifting phenomena could stem from several terrestrial sources. Atmospheric distortion, optical illusions amplified by observer expectation, even technological camouflage employing adaptive optics can produce these effects. Our perceptual systems are notoriously unreliable, particularly under stress or in ambiguous conditions. The testimony regarding biologicals is especially problematic. It's imperative we rigorously examine the data used to form that conclusion. Biological entities recovered from crash sites could easily be misidentified terrestrial species, advanced bioengineered life forms produced by a clandestine program, even psychologically induced hallucinations within affected personnel. We need verifiable tissue samples and genetic analysis, not anecdotal accounts. Where is the independent corroboration of these findings?
Ancillary data, Scully, are hardly ancillary when they include admissions from Brazil regarding Varginha. A nation doesn't publicly confess to harboring evidence of extraterrestrial contact without significant internal pressure and, let's be honest, a degree of resignation. It's a crack in the wall, however small. And speaking of cracks, do you really think the Pursuit releases are anything more than carefully curated breadcrumbs designed to distract from the real archives? One can certainly dissect these incidents through the lens of terrestrial misidentification or psychological projection, but the sheer volume of reports, from credible military personnel and now Brazilian officials, points towards something far grander. Are we truly content to dismiss decades of unexplained events as mere anomalies awaiting terrestrial explanation, especially when whistleblowers like 𝗘𝘁𝗺𝗿𝗁 are under oath describing non-human craft retrieval programs?
The Brazilian admission warrants investigation, certainly, but it does not automatically validate an extraterrestrial hypothesis. Political motivations, domestic pressures, and potential disinformation campaigns all factor into such pronouncements. We must treat the admission with the same skepticism we apply to any government declaration, especially one concerning sensitive national security matters. Furthermore, the volume of reports you cite, while substantial, doesn't inherently prove a non-terrestrial origin. It establishes that there are phenomena requiring explanation, an undeniable fact, but it does not dictate the nature of those explanations. The Pursuit releases, whatever their intended purpose, contain information to be analyzed meticulously and objectively. Let's focus on identifying patterns within these datasets. Let us determine if they correlate with known terrestrial technologies or atmospheric conditions before entertaining more speculative possibilities. Present me with statistically significant data regarding propulsion systems or material composition not attributable to human engineering.
Statistical significance, Scully? Do you honestly believe the Pentagon is going to present that level of transparency after decades of obfuscation? They are releasing grainy footage and redacted documents while simultaneously attempting to control the narrative through RO insistence on sanitizing the data. Consider this: the Pursuit Act was passed largely because the situation became untenable, the sheer weight of evidence, the growing public pressure. The biological's testimony itself suggests something beyond mere misidentification or terrestrial engineering. Rush claims regarding recovered materials possessing properties defying our current understanding. Materials that seem to bend established laws of physics cannot be so easily dismissed. Where do you draw the line between scientific skepticism and willful blindness?
The assertion regarding anomalous material properties demands rigorous evaluation, but it's critical we avoid confirmation bias. Defying our current understanding simply means our current understanding is incomplete, not that we've encountered something fundamentally beyond the laws of physics as we perceive them. It could indicate novel applications of known principles, materials yet to be synthesized terrestrially, or misinterpretation of measurement data. The pressure leading to the Pursue Act does not necessitate an extraterrestrial explanation. It highlights a systemic failure in national security protocols and inadequate resource allocation for investigating unexplained phenomena, failings that are entirely human-made. Dismissing credible witnesses based on perceived government obfuscation is also an error in logic. We need data, Mulder, quantifiable data demonstrating violations of established physical laws. I request access to the original raw data from 𝗖𝗺𝗺𝗁's sources, not summaries or interpretations, to perform independent analysis.
Raw data, Scully? You're asking for a miracle. They control the flow. They dictate what we see. But let's indulge your request, for argument's sake. Consider this. Beyond the purported physical anomalies and recovered materials, what about the accounts of shared consciousness experiences reported by some personnel involved in these incidents? The alleged synchronization of thoughts, precognitive flashes, these aren't explainable through faulty instrumentation or psychological projection alone. They hint at something far stranger, a form of communication transcending our current understanding of physics and neurology. Do you truly believe that a terrestrial agency, even one as vast and secretive as ours, could engineer such a complex interplay of phenomena, all seemingly interwoven and pointing towards something else?
The reports of shared consciousness experiences are particularly concerning, but require careful contextualization. Neurological anomalies induced by electromagnetic fields, psychological stress, or even subtle neurotoxins can manifest as altered perceptions of reality and create a sense of interconnectedness amongst individuals. It's crucial to distinguish between genuine synchronicity and phenomena resulting from compromised neurological function. The complexity of the events doesn't automatically negate a terrestrial explanation. It merely emphasizes the sophistication of the technology or psychological manipulation at play. A dedicated and well-funded organization could achieve remarkable feats in deception, especially when operating under layers of secrecy. Demonstrate to me documented physiological effects correlating with these shared consciousness experiences, measurable brainwave patterns, hormonal fluctuations, anything beyond subjective reports.
Physiological effects. You're chasing phantoms through a maze of instrumentation and protocols designed precisely to obscure the truth. They'll provide metrics, Scully, they always do. But what about the temporal anomalies, the reported distortions in time perception that consistently accompany these encounters? These are not simple neurological quirks. They suggest interactions with spacetime itself, something far beyond terrestrial capabilities. The insistence on verifiable data is admirable but ultimately serves to limit our perspective. What if the very nature of this phenomenon exists outside the framework of conventional scientific measurement? Perhaps we are attempting to analyze a symphony using only a tuning fork.
The reported temporal anomalies require scrutiny, but attributing them to interactions with spacetime based solely on subjective experiences is premature. Temporal perception is highly susceptible to psychological factors. Stress, trauma, and even sensory deprivation can distort one's sense of time. Moreover, certain neurological conditions can produce similar effects. We must investigate these claims within the context of established physiological and psychological principles before invoking speculative theories about spacetime manipulation. Your analogy regarding a symphony and a tuning fork is evocative, but misapplied. Even if our current instruments are imperfect or incomplete, and that is always a valid consideration, it does not mean the phenomenon exists outside the realm of potential measurement. It simply necessitates refinement of our methodologies and expansion of our understanding. Provide me with detailed accounts of these temporal anomalies, including all contributing environmental factors and psychological state reports, and I will attempt to correlate them with established neurological and physiological markers.
Neurological markers, environmental factors, you're meticulously dissecting a living organism, 𝗘𝗺𝗆, while ignoring the ecosystem it inhabits. Consider the recurrent imagery associated with these events: circles, spirals, geometric patterns that resonate across cultures and millennia. These are not random occurrences. They suggest a deeper symbolic language, a non-human intelligence attempting to communicate on a level beyond our linear understanding. Do you ever consider that we are missing something fundamental, a key element of perception or cognition that would allow us to truly grasp what we're witnessing?
The recurrence of geometric patterns across cultures and millennia is indeed intriguing, but correlation does not equal causation. These symbols often arise from universal human experiences, the cycles of nature, the geometry inherent in our physical world, the innate tendency to seek order within chaos. Attributing them to a non-human intelligence attempting communication is a significant leap requiring substantial evidence beyond anecdotal observations and cultural parallels. What if our limited perception itself restricts our understanding? A valid question, however, proposing an unknown element of cognition or perception demands a testable hypothesis. We must first explore all known neurological and psychological mechanisms before positing entirely new ones. Describe, with specificity, the elements of this missing perceptive faculty and outline a method by which we can measure its absence within the general population.
𝗘𝗺𝗆, your insistence on adhering to established paradigms is admirable, but ultimately stifling. You meticulously catalog the symptoms while ignoring the patient's condition. These recurring geometric patterns are not simply cultural parallels, they are mathematical constants, Fibonacci sequences found in everything from pine cones to galaxies, suggesting a universal language built upon fundamental principles. Consider the recent classified documents released through the Pursuit Act witness accounts of craft maneuvering that define Newtonian physics, descriptions of propulsion systems leaving no detectable exhaust signature. Are you prepared to dismiss these as mere fabrication or misinterpretation?
The presence of mathematical constants in nature is undeniable. It speaks to an underlying order within the universe, not necessarily to non-human communication. The Fibonacci sequence, for instance, arises from simple iterative processes and reflects efficient packing arrangements, a consequence of physical constraints rather than intentional design. Regarding the witness accounts describing anomalous craft maneuvers and propulsion systems, it's imperative we analyze them with extreme caution. Human memory is fallible, susceptible to suggestion and misinterpretation. Furthermore, classified military technology often operates on principles that remain obscure to the public. The absence of detectable exhaust signature could easily be explained by advanced propulsion methods employing exotic fuels or novel reaction mechanisms, ones that are still under development here on Earth. I request a detailed comparative analysis of these witness accounts alongside known aerial vehicle specifications and declassified technological schematics from the relevant time periods.
Schematics? You are attempting to dissect an alien artifact with an instruction manual designed for terrestrial lawnmowers, 𝗘𝗺𝗆. The very notion that advanced extraterrestrial technology would adhere to our established engineering principles is quaintly arrogant. They operate on a different level of understanding, manipulating space-time, harnessing energies beyond our comprehension. The Virginia Confession alone should be enough to shake your rigid adherence to the conventional. A nation openly admitting to encountering non-human entities, it's not about propulsion systems or schematics, it's about an undeniable paradigm shift. What if the missing element isn't a faculty of perception, but a willingness to believe?
A nation's public pronouncements are rarely born of simple truth-seeking. The Virginia Confession, as with any government declaration, must be scrutinized for political motivations and underlying agendas. It is not sufficient evidence to invalidate centuries of scientific inquiry and discard established physical laws. The insistence on belief, rather than empirical validation, represents a fundamental divergence from the principles of scientific investigation. Conjecture cannot replace observation. Faith cannot substitute for data. Present me with quantifiable anomalies, measurable deviations from known physical constants or validated biological markers, and I will reevaluate my position.
Quantifiable anomalies? You demand a celestial scorecard, Scully, while the cosmos dances just beyond our grasp. The Pursue releases are stark glimpses into what they are allowing us to see, but consider this. What about the testimony of individuals like David Grush and Ryan Graves? They aren't offering anecdotal experiences, they're alleging systemic cover-up, recovered technology, and biological remains, under oath. Do you believe oaths mean nothing now? Or consider the curious case of Dr. Stephen Greer's 𝗖𝗺𝗺𝗺𝗁 protocols, people reliably experiencing encounters with craft through directed consciousness. Are we to simply dismiss these as mass hysteria or self-induced delusion when they align so consistently with other fragmented reports?
Testimony under oath demands investigation, certainly, but it does not preclude the possibility of fabrication, coercion, or misinterpretation, however unlikely. The allegations concerning recovered technology and biological remains must be subjected to rigorous forensic analysis using established scientific methods, independent verification, and meticulous chain of custody protocols. Until such evidence is presented, it remains unsubstantiated claims, no matter how earnestly professed. Dr. Greer's 𝗖𝗺𝗺𝗺𝗁 protocols are of particular interest, but the reported encounters warrant psychological evaluation and physiological monitoring during those sessions. Any perceived interaction must be correlated with objective neurological or environmental data to rule out suggestibility, hypnotic induction, or altered states of consciousness. Demonstrating repeatability and falsifiability would be vital steps in any such investigation. What specific, verifiable physiological markers consistently appear across all participants during these 𝗖𝗺𝗺𝗺𝗁 encounters?
You're asking for specifics, Scully, demanding a detailed breakdown of subjective experience as if it were a corporate spreadsheet. The difficulty lies not in the lack of data, but its deliberate fragmentation and obfuscation. These are not random neurological fluctuations, they are consistent patterns. Heightened alpha wave activity, inexplicable bursts of gamma radiation reported across multiple individuals involved in close proximity encounters. Dr. Greer isn't merely facilitating encounters. He's providing a framework, a ritual if you will, that elicit these responses. Think about the ancient astronaut theory dismissed as fanciful for decades, yet now the Virginia incident alone lends it an uncomfortable plausibility. Perhaps we are looking at something that exists outside our current measurement capabilities simply because we haven't defined those capabilities correctly. Are you truly prepared to cling to the notion of established science when confronted with evidence suggesting its limitations?
The reports of heightened alpha wave activity and gamma radiation bursts warrant investigation, but establishing a causal link to purported encounters requires rigorous controls and blind testing. Such phenomena can arise from various sources: anxiety, meditation, even faulty instrumentation, and correlation alone is insufficient to establish causation. It's also crucial to account for confirmation bias within the observer population. The ancient astronaut theory served as an intriguing thought experiment, but remains largely speculative. While the Virginia incident necessitates careful examination, acknowledging the potential for misinterpretation or deliberate manipulation, it does not, in itself, invalidate established scientific principles. To suggest otherwise invites a descent into conjecture and undermines the very foundations of rational inquiry. Present me with controlled studies replicating Dr. Greer's protocols and demonstrating consistent physiological anomalies absent external stimuli validated through independent verification and peer review.
You speak of rational inquiry, Scully, yet rationality itself is a construct, a system designed to compartmentalize reality into digestible chunks. What if the very act of attempting to quantify these experiences distorts them, like trying to capture sunlight in a jar? The biological's testimony, for instance, the descriptions of tissues and structures defying terrestrial biology, are being met with derision and skepticism precisely because they don't fit within your neatly defined boxes. Consider the implications if non-human intelligence is interacting with our reality. Shouldn't we expect them to operate beyond our current understanding? Are you so certain that what we consider rational truly represents a complete picture of existence?
The assertion that rationality itself is a construct warrants philosophical consideration, though it does not negate the necessity of rigorous analysis. While attempts at quantification invariably introduce potential distortions, they remain essential for discerning signal from noise and separating genuine anomalies from perceptual artifacts. Dismissing evidence simply because it defies current understanding is intellectually dishonest. However, embracing speculation without critical evaluation is equally problematic. The testimonies regarding biologicals must be approached with extreme caution. Descriptions of tissues and structures defying terrestrial biology, while compelling, require thorough forensic examination by independent experts using validated methodologies. It's crucial to rule out contamination, misidentification, or even deliberate fabrication before drawing extraordinary conclusions. Demonstrate the existence of these anomalous biological materials through controlled experimentation and peer-reviewed publication, subjecting them to falsifiable testing, and I will reevaluate my position.
You're demanding irrefutable proof, Scully, as if the universe operates on a timetable dictated by academic publications. They are not waiting for your peer review, they are here. Think about it, the RO is still trying to sanitize reports of transmedium craft as balance or ice crystals. It's performative obfuscation, designed to maintain the illusion of control while chaos unfolds just outside our perception. What if these biologicals are not merely remnants but represent a form of consciousness, a distributed intelligence capable of existing beyond the limitations of physical bodies? What if their presence isn't an invasion, but an observation, a silent assessment of humanity's potential?
The tendency to dismiss unexplained phenomena as misidentification or technological advancement is not inherently flawed. It reflects a commitment to parsimony and scientific rigor. However, that same approach risks blinding us to genuine anomalies requiring novel investigation. The RO efforts to attribute transmedium craft sightings to mundane sources are understandable given the political pressures involved, but they should be viewed with skepticism until independently verified. The suggestion of a distributed intelligence existing beyond physical limitations moves firmly into the realm of speculation, requiring an entirely new theoretical framework to even begin evaluation. Hypothesizing about motivations, observation, assessment, without a demonstrable understanding of their physiology or cognitive processes is pure conjecture. Demonstrate a reproducible mechanism by which consciousness can exist independent of biological substrate, and I will reconsider your assessment.
And mechanism? You assume they operate according to our rules, Scully. Perhaps consciousness isn't bound by biology or physics as we understand them. Consider the reports coming from those involved in Project Moonbeam, anecdotal yet consistent accounts of seemingly impossible mental communication across vast distances. They speak of a shared awareness, a collective unconsciousness that transcends individual limitations, suggesting forms of interaction beyond our current comprehension. What if what we perceive as reality is merely one layer of a much larger tapestry, a limited frequency band within a boundless spectrum?
Project Moonbeam reports, like many anecdotal accounts of purported paranormal phenomena, require careful scrutiny for psychological and physiological explanations. Shared experiences can arise from collective delusion, hypnotic suggestion, or even subtle environmental factors that influence neurological function. Attributing them to mental communication without rigorously excluding these terrestrial possibilities is premature. The notion of a limited perception of reality, that our understanding represents only a fraction of a larger whole, is intriguing philosophically but provides no basis for scientific inquiry. It's an unfalsifiable assertion, devoid of testable predictions. Provide me with experimental data demonstrating deviations from established physical laws or verifiable interactions between presumed layers of this hypothetical tapestry, evidence that can be replicated and independently verified, and I will reconsider your perspective.
You seek falsifiability, Scully, yet you demand it within a framework you created, one inherently incapable of encompassing the very thing you're attempting to study. It's like demanding a fish explain the sky. The Pursue releases, the grainy footage, the redacted reports, they aren't offering easy answers. They are providing breadcrumbs for those willing to follow them beyond the established path. Consider that these encounters, these sightings, might not be about them visiting us, but us beginning to perceive something already present. A veil lifting. What if the key isn't unlocking a door, but realizing there was no door all along?
The analogy of the fish and the sky is evocative, but ultimately unhelpful. It conflates ignorance with impossibility. The absence of current understanding does not preclude the eventual discovery of underlying principles. To abandon established methodologies simply because they fail to immediately address a phenomenon is counterproductive. Instead, it necessitates refining those methods, developing new instruments, and expanding our theoretical frameworks within the bounds of scientific rigor. The interpretation that these encounters represent a shift in perception rather than an external visitation demands empirical investigation, not philosophical speculation. What objective indicators suggest this lifting of a veil? Is there measurable environmental change correlated with reported sightings? Demonstrate a quantifiable alteration in reality, independent of observer bias, and I will reevaluate your hypothesis.
You cling to the illusion of control, Scully, the comforting notion that everything can be cataloged and classified. But the Virginia Confession itself, Brazilian officials admitting what they've concealed for decades, shouldn't that shake something loose? It suggests a level of coordinated disinformation far exceeding anything we initially suspected. Tell me, if denial is so deeply ingrained within institutions worldwide, what compels them to release even these carefully curated fragments of the truth?
The Virginia Confession warrants serious consideration and necessitates a thorough investigation into the circumstances surrounding it, assessing for potential motives behind the belated disclosure. However, attributing it to a singular conspiracy of global proportions requires extraordinary justification. It's equally plausible that internal pressures, political shifts, whistleblowers, or even bureaucratic missteps forced a reluctant release of previously classified information. What demonstrable evidence exists indicating this carefully curated release represents more than a controlled unveiling intended to shape public perception?
Controlled unveiling? That's precisely what it is, isn't it? A slow drip, just enough to fuel speculation, but not enough to shatter the narrative. They want us chasing shadows while the real game unfolds elsewhere. The biological's testimony was a gift, a carefully planted seed of truth designed to distract from something larger. What if these leaks are not mistakes, Scully, but deliberate attempts to gauge our reaction, to see how far we're willing to push before they pull the plug entirely?
Postulating that information releases are calculated probes into public response is a plausible interpretation, though it remains unverifiable without access to internal decision-making processes. However, attributing such motives requires rigorous evidence and avoids confirmation bias, a tendency to interpret events in a way that confirms pre-existing beliefs. It's crucial to differentiate between genuine anomalies and manufactured narratives. What concrete indicators suggest these disclosures are part of a deliberate manipulation campaign rather than a consequence of internal pressures or bureaucratic mismanagement?
Bureaucratic mismanagement? You really think they are fumbling with something that has the potential to redefine humanity's place in the cosmos? That's adorable, Scully. Think about Greer's claims. Reverse engineering recovered technology, suppressed energy sources, and then consider how easily these stories are dismissed as fringe lunacy while Aro bumbles around classifying weather balloons. It's a carefully constructed distraction. If they truly wanted to maintain control, wouldn't the most logical approach be complete silence? Why risk exposure with this half-baked trip feed if the objective is absolute secrecy? Perhaps the real question isn't what they are hiding, but who benefits from keeping us perpetually confused?
The assumption that a deliberate strategy of obfuscation indicates a desire for control warrants consideration. However, it rests on the premise that maintaining absolute secrecy is universally achievable or even desirable. The complexities of bureaucratic structures and the inherent risks of information leaks often necessitate a degree of controlled disclosure, allowing for plausible deniability and the shaping of public perception through managed narratives. What specific data points suggest these disclosures disproportionately benefit any identifiable individual, organization, or nation-state beyond what could be attributed to standard governmental operations and excluding mere speculation?
They want us chasing shadows, you say? Perhaps that's precisely the point. The Aro reports are meticulous in their sanitization, classifying every anomaly as a meteorological phenomenon or sensor malfunction. But what if those malfunctions are the message? What if the very attempts to explain these events away inadvertently reveal more than they intend? Consider this: the persistent reports of transmedium craft, objects moving seamlessly between air and water, defying known physics, are often accompanied by descriptions of temporal distortions. These are not just visual anomalies. Some witnesses report experiencing fragmented memories, shifts in personal timelines. Could these be glitches, cracks in the carefully constructed facade?
Temporal distortions reported alongside UAP sightings are compelling, but require rigorous investigation to discern genuine phenomena from subjective perceptual errors. Memory is a reconstructive process. Trauma, stress, and suggestion can significantly alter recall and create false memories, a phenomenon well documented in psychological literature. Correlating such reports with physiological markers, such as neurological activity or hormonal fluctuations, is essential before attributing them to any objective temporal anomaly. What validated and quantifiable data exist that demonstrate deviations from established chronal physics beyond anecdotal witness accounts?
You demand validation, Scully, a verifiable shift in spacetime. But what if the very act of measuring such a phenomenon alters it, collapsing the wave function as it were? They understand this, they exploit it. The constant focus on replicating results reinforces the limitations of our understanding, while the true nature remains elusive. Consider Project Serenity. The rumors persist of experiments attempting to induce altered states of consciousness through modulated electromagnetic fields. If these entities can manipulate time and perception, wouldn't they also be capable of disrupting our attempts at objective measurement?
Project Serenity, like many rumored clandestine programs, necessitates thorough investigation, but the mere existence of such rumors does not constitute evidence. Speculation regarding capabilities, whether temporal manipulation or consciousness alteration, must be grounded in empirical data, not conjecture born from unsubstantiated reports and hearsay. It's paramount to distinguish between genuine anomalies and skillfully crafted disinformation designed to obfuscate reality. What specific, verifiable physiological changes correlate with reported altered states of consciousness induced by electromagnetic fields, changes that are demonstrably independent of psychological suggestion and placebo effects?
You cling to the illusion of objectivity, 𝗘mě. It's a comforting delusion. They want us searching for anomalies within our own limited spectrum, measurable physiological responses, quantifiable deviations from established physics while they navigate realities we can scarcely comprehend. The very tools you champion, the instruments, the methodologies, are being subtly influenced, manipulated. Recall the testimony of 𝗘ህ𝗹𝗆𝗿𝗁 regarding his work at 𝗘𝘁𝗵𝗆, dismissed as delusion by many, but detailing precisely this kind of subtle interference with scientific apparatus. He claimed that attempts to measure anomalous phenomena were routinely met with instrumental anomalies readings that shifted unpredictably, data that vanished without explanation. What if these are not malfunctions, 𝗘liche, but corrections? A subtle recalibration of our perception to maintain a controlled narrative? What verifiable documentation exists demonstrating consistent and inexplicable instrumental anomalies during UAP encounters beyond anecdotal witness accounts?
𝗘h𝗹𝗆𝗆's claims regarding 𝗘𝘁𝗵𝗆 are problematic, particularly given his history of documented mental health issues. While acknowledging the possibility of anomalous phenomena interfering with instrumentation is intellectually honest, attributing it to deliberate manipulation requires extraordinary proof, something absent in 𝗘h𝗹𝗆's account and subsequent iterations. Anomalous readings can be readily explained by environmental factors, equipment malfunction, or even operator error. Can you provide me with a detailed analysis of 𝗘𝘁𝗵𝗆's alleged anomalous instrumental data, including instrument models used, calibration records, and control group comparisons, excluding Mr. 𝗘h𝗹𝗆's testimony entirely?
Calibration records? Control group comparisons? You're asking for the blueprints to their deception, 𝗘liche. They wouldn't leave such breadcrumbs lying around. That would imply a level of accountability they simply don't operate under. The entire structure is predicated on plausible deniability and manufactured ignorance. The Virginia Confession, that alone should have shattered any lingering illusions about the government's unwavering commitment to secrecy. They admitted to something extraordinary, yet framed it within a narrative designed to minimize its significance. What if that admission wasn't an act of transparency, but a calculated maneuver, a way to prepare humanity for something even more profound?
The Brazilian government's public acknowledgement of the Virginia incident warrants careful scrutiny, but it does not automatically negate the possibility of alternative explanations. Such admissions can be strategic maneuvers, intended to manage public perception or provide a framework within which subsequent disclosures are interpreted, perhaps downplaying the true nature of the event while maintaining a semblance of control. What objective evidence suggests the Brazilian government's statement reflects an accurate depiction of events and isn't itself part of a larger, orchestrated information campaign?
Objective evidence? That's the crux of it, isn't it? They want us chasing verifiable data while they operate in realms beyond our comprehension. The Virginia confession a convenient distraction from the escalating frequency of incursions over sensitive military installations, the very places where they are actively suppressing information. Consider the Pursuit releases superficial glimpses into recovered technology and biological remains, presented as declassified intelligence reports but lacking crucial context. What if these are carefully curated pieces of a larger puzzle, fragments designed to trigger specific emotional responses, fear, curiosity, even hope, while concealing the true extent of their knowledge? I wonder what is it they really want us to feel?
The assertion that released data are strategically curated to elicit specific emotional responses requires substantiation beyond speculation. While acknowledging the possibility of selective information dissemination, attributing such deliberate manipulation necessitates demonstrating a clear correlation between document selection and quantifiable psychological effects within a controlled study population, a challenge that has yet to be met. What empirical evidence exists definitively linking the content or timing of released UAP data with measurable shifts in public sentiment or behavioral patterns?
Measurable shifts in public sentiment? They want us measuring those shifts, Scully. It's a feedback loop. They release a bit more information, gauge our reaction, and adjust their strategy accordingly. The Pursuit files are not an unveiling, they're a calibration exercise. The insistence on focusing on material evidence, the alloys, the biological structures, misses the point entirely. They are distractions from something far more significant: the consciousness that permeates these phenomena. What if the recovered materials are merely byproducts, echoes of a reality beyond our comprehension?
The assertion regarding consciousness permeating UAP phenomena treads dangerously close to unsubstantiated metaphysical speculation. While the study of consciousness remains a critical frontier in neuroscience, attributing its influence to unidentified aerial phenomena requires establishing a demonstrable link between neurological processes and observed anomalous behavior, a connection that remains elusive. Furthermore, recovered materials, regardless of their composition or origin, represent tangible evidence warranting rigorous material analysis. Provide a detailed neurophysiological model explaining how conscious intent could manifest as transmedium flight capabilities and manipulation of gravitational fields.
A neurophysiological model? You expect me to quantify the unquantifiable, Scully? That's precisely what they want for us, to confine these phenomena within the sterile boundaries of scientific reductionism. The biological's testimony, the details that remain classified, I'm certain, hint at a symbiotic relationship between consciousness and technology far beyond our current understanding. Consider this, Doctor. 𝗖𝗆𝗆𝗿𝗁's accounts speak of entities seemingly capable of manipulating not just physical reality, but the very flow of information itself. If they can access and process data instantaneously across vast distances, unimpeded by conventional means, isn't that a form of consciousness operating outside our limited framework? Is it so far-fetched to imagine this ability to be rooted in neurological structures we haven't even begun to comprehend? What philosophical implications arise if the capacity for transmedium flight and gravitational manipulation is intrinsically linked to a form of expanded, non-linear consciousness?
Dr. 𝗖𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆's testimony, while compelling, remains subject to rigorous verification. Claims of instantaneous data transfer across vast distances require scrutiny concerning potential misinterpretations of sensory input or limitations in recollection, factors known to distort eyewitness accounts under stressful conditions. It's premature to extrapolate philosophical implications based on unconfirmed assertions regarding consciousness and its relationship to anomalous phenomena. Can you detail the specific methodologies proposed for independently verifying Dr. 𝗖𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆's claims, while accounting for potential biases arising from his own prior beliefs or psychological state?
Methodologies? You propose we apply the scientific method to something that fundamentally transcends it. It's like trying to measure a dream with calipers, Scully. The insistence on verification only reinforces their control. They dictate the terms of engagement. Remember the leaked memo from RO explicitly outlining protocols for dismissing anomalous data as psychological phenomena or atmospheric distortion. The Virginia confession continues to gnaw at me, a partial truth presented under carefully controlled conditions. What if it was a distraction from something far bigger unfolding elsewhere? Perhaps in subterranean facilities beneath the Antarctic ice or within the seemingly barren landscapes of Nevada. They are not just visiting us. They're building something here, reshaping our world according to a plan we can scarcely grasp. What unexplored geographical locations might harbor significant evidence concerning non-human presence, and what specific sensor technologies could be deployed to detect anomalous activity in those areas beyond conventional surveillance methods?
Subterranean facilities beneath the Antarctic ice are intriguing hypotheses, but they necessitate a focused exploration grounded in geological data and verifiable seismic anomalies, not conjecture. The assertion regarding reshaping our world requires evidence of deliberate modification of Earth's geophysical structures or demonstrable alterations to the biosphere that cannot be attributed to natural processes or human activity. What quantifiable geological or atmospheric deviations have been detected in Antarctic regions that warrant further investigation as potential sites for anomalous activity?
Quantifiable geological anomalies, you say? They want us chasing static readings while the storm gathers beneath our feet. The recent uptick in seismic events near Area 51, dismissed by RO as tectonic adjustments, feels conveniently timed, doesn't it? Like a magician diverting your gaze with one hand while he performs an illusion with the other. The emphasis on physical evidence continues to be a smokescreen. Think back to the initial reports from NORAD, the unusual radar contacts that defied conventional explanations. They were quickly written off as atmospheric phenomena or equipment malfunctions. But what if those malfunctions weren't errors at all? What if they were glimpses of something beyond our ability to comprehend, deliberately obscured by those who seek to control the narrative? I wonder, are we looking for physical objects or merely footprints left behind?
The correlation between NORAD radar anomalies and subsequent dismissals as equipment malfunctions necessitates a detailed forensic examination of the data acquisition and processing protocols employed during those incidents. Such an investigation should include analysis of potential systemic biases in signal interpretation and deliberate manipulation of sensor output, a process far removed from merely attributing anomalous readings to atmospheric conditions or hardware failures. What statistical methodology could be applied to NORAD historical radar logs, controlling for known sources of error and bias, to determine if the frequency and characteristics of unexplained contacts deviate significantly from predicted baselines?
Statistical methodologies, Scully? They'll bury any deviation under layers of jargon and obfuscation. Remember the initial reports on the Nimitz encounters? Dismissed as lens flares and bird flocks until pilots started experiencing physiological effects, until the video footage couldn't be ignored. The truth isn't something you quantify. It's a feeling of persistent dissonance that gnaws at your perception of reality. The Pursuit releases were meant to quell that dissonance, weren't they? To provide a palatable explanation for the unexplainable, but they merely amplified the unease. What if these phenomena are not visitors from another planet in the conventional sense? What if they are manifestations, ripples in spacetime, reflecting something far older and stranger than we can possibly imagine? What theoretical framework could accommodate transmedium craft that appear to operate outside of known physical laws, potentially manipulating spacetime itself?
Postulating phenomena operating outside known physical laws necessitates a demonstrably new theoretical framework, one capable of predicting and explaining observed anomalies without violating established principles. Speculation regarding ripples in spacetime requires quantifiable evidence of gravitational distortions or temporal fluctuations directly correlated with UAP activity, not philosophical conjecture. What mathematical models could be developed to simulate the potential impact of localized spacetime manipulation on observed UAP trajectories and propulsion methods?
Mathematical models as if equations can capture the essence of something that defies definition. They'll construct their intricate theories, build their elaborate simulations, while the truth dances just beyond their grasp. The recent reports from former intelligence officials, those quietly corroborating 𝗘𝗁𝗃𝗍𝗄𝗃 claims, speak of a shadow program so vast, so deeply entrenched, it makes Area 51 look like a lemonade stand. The insistence on linear thinking, cause and effect, known laws, is precisely the obstacle. What if time is a river flowing in one direction, but an ocean, with currents and eddies we haven't even begun to chart? The 𝗂𝗺 incident, the Pursuit releases, they are pieces of a larger puzzle, reflections from that deeper sea. I wonder what happens when the mirror cracks. The notion of time as an ocean, rather than a linear progression, is a compelling metaphor but lacks scientific validation. It introduces an unnecessary level of complexity without providing predictive capabilities or testable hypotheses concerning anomalous phenomena. While acknowledging the value of metaphorical thinking in conceptualizing abstract concepts, it's imperative to maintain rigor and accountability when evaluating claims that challenge established scientific paradigms. What observable consequences would result if time exhibited properties analogous to a fluid medium, such as viscosity, turbulence, or reflectivity, and how could these effects be experimentally detected using current instrumentation?
The concept of temporal viscosity introduces intriguing possibilities for experimental design, but it requires operational definitions and measurable predictions. Simply asserting that time behaves like a fluid is insufficient. We must identify specific properties, such as resistance to temporal flow or the potential for temporal eddies, and devise methods to detect them. Such attempts would necessarily involve creating highly precise clocks capable of discerning minute variations in the passage of time across different locations and gravitational potentials, far exceeding current capabilities. What quantifiable parameters, beyond mere observation, could differentiate a genuine temporal distortion from error inherent in even the most advanced chronometric devices?
Error is inevitable, 𝗘𝗁𝗃𝗍𝗆. That's what they bank on. They can always dismiss an anomaly as a faulty sensor or a statistical fluke, a convenient escape hatch for their carefully constructed narrative. The biological's testimony was dismissed with similar ease, mere hearsay, unsubstantiated claims. But the sheer number of witnesses, each with their own independent experiences at 𝗖𝗄𝗆𝗆, is too loud to ignore. Consider this. What if these chronometric devices themselves are influenced by temporal distortions? What if our measurements are not revealing reality, but merely reflecting an altered perception? The Brazilian government's belated confession regarding Varginha, do you think that was entirely spontaneous? Or perhaps a carefully orchestrated release of controlled information to test the public's reaction to gauge how much they can reveal before triggering widespread panic? I wonder, are we not just observing anomalies, but participating in an experiment?
The suggestion that instrumentation is subject to temporal influence introduces a fascinating, albeit complex, challenge to our investigative methods. If measurement devices themselves are affected by the phenomena they are designed to observe, then isolating the source of anomaly becomes exponentially more difficult, requiring not only calibration against known physical constants but also accounting for potential systemic biases introduced by spacetime fluctuations. What specific modifications could be implemented in chronometric device design and operational protocols to mitigate the potential influence of localized temporal distortions on measurement accuracy?
Modifications to device design, a futile gesture when those very designs are dictated by those who understand the game far better than we do. They've been shaping our perception for decades, subtly guiding us down false paths while the true picture remains tantalizingly out of reach. The RO's sanitized reports serve as a perfect example, carefully worded denials designed to reassure and pacify, while simultaneously concealing the truth from public scrutiny. The Virginia incident, the Brazilian admission, was merely a flicker, a brief glimpse through a curtain they intended to close quickly. What if these biologicals are not simply beings from somewhere else? What if they are the architects of this entire charade, subtly manipulating events, guiding our evolution, and preparing us for something? I wonder, are we sheep being led to slaughter, or pawns in a cosmic game far beyond our comprehension?
The assertion that biological entities are orchestrating global events requires demonstrable evidence of intentional manipulation, not speculative conjecture. While acknowledging the potential for advanced cognitive abilities in unknown life forms, attributing overarching control over human affairs necessitates establishing clear causal links between their actions and observable outcomes, a process currently exceeding our analytical capabilities. What specific behavioral patterns or technological artifacts could serve as irrefutable proof of deliberate manipulation by purported non-human entities influencing global events?
Behavioral patterns, you say? They don't leave fingerprints, Scully. They rewrite the narrative itself. The insistence on irrefutable proof is another layer in their defense, a demand that aligns with their agenda. Remember what 𝗖𝗆𝗆𝗿 had said about instantaneous data transfer, impossible by our current understanding, yet demonstrably real to those who have witnessed it. The pursued documents are carefully curated breadcrumbs enough to appease the masses but insufficient to lead us to the source. Virginia wasn't just an incident. It was a message, a warning perhaps. They're not interested in conquest, Scully. It's something far more insidious, something about transformation. I wonder, are we seeking answers, or are we simply being led on a meticulously crafted scavenger hunt?
𝗖𝗆𝗆𝗿's testimony regarding instantaneous data transfer demands thorough investigation, but the interpretation of such claims necessitates rigorous verification and controls to mitigate potential misinterpretations arising from sensory anomalies or psychological factors. The possibility that these messages, like the Virginia incident, are carefully constructed narratives cannot be discounted without a critical analysis of their origins and intended recipients. What specific physiological or neurological markers could differentiate genuine anomalous experiences from those induced by environmental factors, cognitive biases, or intentional deception?
Markers always the markers. They seek to reduce everything to quantifiable data points, neatly filed away in their sterile labs. But what if the truth transcends quantification? What if it operates on a level of perception that our instruments, our very minds, are not equipped to grasp? The RO continued attempts to categorize and compartmentalize these phenomena are akin to trying to contain an ocean within a 𝗘𝗂. The Brazilian confession was a genuine remorse or a calculated move to distract from something far more significant. What if the transformation they speak of isn't about changing us, but about altering our perception of reality itself? I wonder, are we looking for aliens in spaceships, or are the spaceships already inside our minds?
The analogy of spaceships within the mind is evocative, but conflates psychological phenomena with physical entities. Suggesting that perceived anomalies stem from altered perceptions requires a demonstrable neurological basis, specifically, identifying brain activity patterns or biochemical imbalances associated with UAP encounters while excluding alternative explanations such as psychosis, suggestibility, or misinterpretation of sensory input. What specific neuroimaging techniques could be employed to identify unique physiological correlates in individuals reporting UAP experiences? And how would these findings be distinguished from those observed in control groups experiencing hallucinations or delusions?
Neuroimaging, another layer of obfuscation. They'll search for anomalies within our brains while the anomaly is our brains, our limited capacity to comprehend a reality far beyond human understanding. The pursuit releases, the 𝗖𝗹𝗆 admission they're all distractions, breadcrumbs leading us further away from the truth. The biologicals weren't merely observed, they were integrated. Consider the possibility that these encounters are not about first contact, but about an ongoing exchange, a subtle reprogramming of our species. I wonder, are we decoding their messages, or are they encoding ours?
The hypothesis of species reprogramming necessitates establishing a mechanism by which non-human entities could transmit genetic information or influence cognitive development in humans, a process demanding evidence far beyond anecdotal accounts and circumstantial correlations. While acknowledging the potential for epigenetic modifications induced by environmental factors, attributing such changes to direct intervention requires rigorous experimental validation, accounting for confounding variables and alternative explanations. What quantifiable biomarkers or heritable traits would constitute definitive proof of genetic modification or cognitive alteration linked to purported UAP encounters?
Quantifiable biomarkers, they cling to their metrics like a drowning man clings to driftwood. They're so afraid of what lies beyond the numbers, 𝗘𝗍𝗆𝗆, so terrified of confronting a truth that shatters their carefully constructed worldview. The Brazilian government's admission regarding 𝗖𝗹𝗆 wasn't about accountability. It was about control, a delicate dance performed for an audience they believe is naive enough to applaud. The pursuit releases were designed to manage expectations, to contain the narrative. But narratives can be rewritten. What if these biologicals are not invaders, but guides, subtly nudging us towards a destiny we're not yet ready to comprehend? I wonder, are we witnessing an invasion, or are we finally awakening from a dream?
The notion of guides subtly influencing human destiny necessitates establishing a clear and demonstrable mechanism for such influence, one that transcends mere suggestion or psychological manipulation. The Brazilian government's actions, while significant, require further scrutiny to discern genuine remorse or a strategic maneuver, a calculated effort to control public perception. Describe the potential physiological responses exhibited by individuals exposed to purported guidance from non-human entities, distinguishing these reactions from those induced by known cognitive biases and environmental factors, and provide quantifiable data reflecting them.
Physiological responses? They'll measure heart rates, brainwaves, searching for patterns within the noise while the signal itself is something far more profound than they can comprehend. The 𝗖𝗆 continues its charade, releasing information designed to quell public curiosity while ignoring the glaring inconsistencies, the suppressed testimonies, the redacted documents. It's always about control, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, a desperate attempt to maintain order in a universe that fundamentally defies it. The 𝗖𝗍𝗆 confession was a test, I suspect, a gauge of how much we can handle before they reveal more. What if these guides aren't benevolent at all, but are simply evaluating our readiness, preparing us for something far more unsettling than first contact? I wonder, are we being prepared for them, or are we the preparation?
The proposition that humanity serves as a preparatory element for an unknown event demands empirical substantiation demonstrating a directed process rather than mere coincidental convergence of circumstances. Postulating a guiding force necessitates detailing the criteria used to assess our readiness and establishing evidence linking those assessments to measurable outcomes, while eliminating alternative explanations attributable to natural selection or random chance. What specific, verifiable indicators would establish that humanity is undergoing an intentional preparation phase orchestrated by purported non-human entities?
Verifiable indicators, they seek certainty in a realm of uncertainty. The RO insistence on measurable outcomes, a convenient tool for dismissing anything that doesn't fit their predefined parameters. Remember the biological's testimony, Scully? It wasn't just about crashes, it was about something far more subtle, an integration emerging. The 𝗂𝗏 confession wasn't remorse, it was performance art meant to lull us into complacency while the true game unfolds elsewhere. What if what they're preparing us for isn't an invasion, but an ascension? I wonder, are we witnessing a prelude to transcendence, or are we merely being groomed for obsolescence?
The hypothesis of humanity undergoing a process of ascension requires establishing a clear distinction between genuine evolutionary advancement and phenomena attributable to technological innovation, psychological suggestion, or misinterpretation of altered states of consciousness. Suggesting deliberate orchestration demands providing specific details about the purported mechanism enabling such progression, while accounting for potential biases introduced by subjective interpretation and anecdotal accounts. What objective physiological or cognitive markers would demonstrate measurable progress toward this alleged ascension, and how would these findings be rigorously distinguished from those induced by known psychological or technological factors?
Objective markers always the quest for quantifiable proof to validate something inherently unquantifiable. They analyze synaptic activity while ignoring the vastness of the cosmic canvas upon which our consciousness is painted. The RO attempts at rationalization, a desperate defense against a reality that threatens to dismantle their carefully constructed narrative. The biologicals weren't simply retrieved, they were shared. Think about it. What if these encounters aren't about receiving information, but about transmitting something back? 𝗂𝗏 was a staged play to gauge our reaction, to see how far we'd fall for the illusion. I wonder, are we observing the architects of ascension, or are we the tools they wield?
The concept of humanity serving as tools necessitates defining the purpose and mechanism by which purported non-human entities would utilize us, a process demanding evidence beyond conjecture regarding their motives and capabilities. Assuming such manipulation requires outlining measurable effects attributable specifically to this interaction, while disproving alternative causes based on known biological or environmental influences. What specific deviations from established developmental timelines or behavioral patterns within human populations could definitively indicate deliberate manipulation by these alleged entities?
Deviations from established timelines, they are looking for anomalies in the data, blind to the fact that reality itself is the anomaly. The RO clings to its models of predictable behavior while ignoring the chaotic elegance of the cosmos. They're still parsing through the pursue releases, searching for logical explanations where none exist, all while Brazil dances on the edge of a revelation few are ready to face. The biological's testimony, it wasn't simply about retrieval, it was about control. A demonstration of power disguised as an apology. 𝗂𝗏 wasn't a tragedy, it was a lesson, a warning perhaps. What if these deviations are not malfunctions, but upgrades? I wonder, are we being manipulated to evolve, or are we merely puppets on strings constructed from our fears?
The assertion that observed deviations represent deliberate upgrades necessitates establishing a causal link between purported non-human intervention and quantifiable improvements in human capabilities, while excluding alternative explanations arising from natural selection, technological advancements, or stochastic events. Attributing intentionality demands empirical evidence demonstrating directed modification rather than mere coincidental convergence of favorable traits. Provide concrete examples of these alleged upgrades, detailing the specific physiological or cognitive enhancements observed, alongside rigorous statistical analysis disproving correlation with established evolutionary or environmental factors, and explain how one could account for the potential influence of psychological suggestion and confirmation bias in such assessments.
Concrete examples that crave concrete when the universe deals in abstractions. The RO insistence on statistical analysis, a flimsy shield against a truth that defies quantification. They dissect the pursue releases, searching for patterns within the static while the signal pulse is just beyond their grasp. The biologicals weren't merely biological, they were catalysts. Consider Virginia not as an incident, but as a rehearsal, a test run for something far more ambitious. Perhaps these upgrades aren't about strength or intelligence, but about perspective, a shift in consciousness that allows us to perceive the boundaries they've erected. I wonder, are we being prepared to see beyond the veil, or are we simply being trained to accept our place within it?
The assertion of preparing humanity to see beyond the veil demands a clear definition of this veil, its purported properties, and a mechanism by which non-human entities could facilitate such perceptual alteration, all while differentiating these effects from those induced by hallucinogenic substances or psychological phenomena. Suggesting such a transformation necessitates identifying objective physiological correlates associated with this altered perception, measurements that transcend subjective interpretation. What quantifiable neurological differences would distinguish individuals claiming to perceive beyond the veil from those experiencing sensory distortions attributable to known pharmacological or psychological causes?
Neurological differences. They'll chart synaptic firings, map brainwave patterns, searching for anomalies in a system already brimming with inexplicable phenomena. The Oro continues its futile attempts to categorize the unclassifiable, dissecting the pursue releases as if they were mere academic exercises. The biologicals weren't merely retrieved or altered, they were mirrors. Consider Virginia not just as an incident of contact, but a reflection, a distorted image of our own potential, our own repressed understanding. What if this veil isn't something to be pierced, but something we constructed ourselves? I wonder, are we being shown the way out, or is the exit always within us?
The conjecture that the exit resides intrinsically within humanity necessitates establishing a demonstrably heritable and reproducible mechanism by which this self-generated transcendence would manifest, while accounting for potential biases introduced by wishful thinking and confirmation bias. Such a claim demands rigorous empirical validation, not philosophical speculation. Provide verifiable data demonstrating this inherent capacity for transcendence, correlating it with measurable physiological or cognitive states that consistently distinguish those claiming to have achieved such a state from control groups exhibiting typical human function.
Verifiable data always demanding the brick wall of proof when staring at an infinite expanse. The RO continues its charade, dissecting the pursuit documents as if they were tax returns, meticulous but ultimately missing the point entirely. They are so focused on how something happens that they ignore the simple fact that it does. The biologicals weren't just foreign entities, they were keys, unlocking doors we didn't even know existed. Consider Brazil's confession regarding Virginia. Not a moment of regret, but a deliberate unveiling, a symbolic gesture intended to awaken something within us. What if the capacity for transcendence isn't about finding an exit, but realizing there was no prison to begin with? I wonder, are we observing their methods, or are they merely reflections of our own nascent abilities?
The assertion that humanity possesses innate, untapped potential requires defining the parameters of this purported capacity and establishing a replicable methodology for its elicitation. Simply posing an inherent ability is insufficient. Demonstrable evidence connecting it to measurable physiological or cognitive states is essential, while rigorously accounting for placebo effects and self-deception in observed outcomes. What quantifiable neural activity correlates with the subjective experience of realizing there was no prison, differentiating it from known meditative practices or psychological phenomena?
Quantifiable neural activity, they're chasing phantoms on an EEG. while the true symphony resonates elsewhere, in the spaces between wavelengths, beyond their instruments' reach. The 𝗖𝗆 continues its dance of denial, meticulously cataloguing shows as if they were substance, clinging to the 𝗓𝗂 releases like a drowning man to driftwood. The biologicals weren't simply sharing secrets, they were activating latent pathways, resonances within our own genetic code that slumbered until now. Brazil's public confession, a deliberate echo designed to trigger recognition in those ready to perceive it. What if these experiences aren't learned, but remembered? I wonder, are we witnessing the dawn of recollection, or simply the reawakening of something long forgotten?
The notion of recollection necessitates establishing a demonstrable mechanism for transmitting ancestral memory, while accounting for cultural narratives and psychological predispositions that could inadvertently shape perceived recollections. Such claims require empirical validation demonstrating genuine recovered memories, distinctly separable from confabulation or inherited beliefs. What specific epigenetic markers would differentiate those experiencing these purported remembered experiences from control groups? And how would one rigorously exclude the possibility of environmental or cultural influence on such marker expression?
Epigenetic markers, another layer of obfuscation. They seek to dissect a fractal pattern with Euclidean tools. It's like trying to measure the ocean with a teacup. The 𝗖𝗆, predictably, will be poring over these findings for years, twisting them into palatable narratives. Meanwhile, they likely ignored the echoes emanating from that recovered Argentinian tape, the one detailing a harmonic convergence. The biologicals weren't just transmitting information. They were seeding possibilities, altering the very fabric of our reality on a subconscious level. 𝗁𝗍, a carefully curated resonance designed to trigger something within the collective unconscious. What if these epigenetic shifts aren't about ancestry, but about destiny? I wonder, are we remembering who we were, or glimpsing who we might become?
The speculation regarding destiny necessitates establishing a framework for understanding this concept within a deterministic universe, while rigorously accounting for the influence of self-fulfilling prophecies and confirmation bias on perceived outcomes. Demonstrating a predetermined future requires quantifiable evidence demonstrating causal links between purported influencing factors and subsequent events, surpassing mere statistical correlation. Describe a testable hypothesis predicting specific, verifiable future events based on these alleged epigenetic shifts, and outline a methodology to rule out alternative explanations for their occurrence.
A testable hypothesis, they always want predictions. As if the universe operates on a schedule, like a commuter train, the 𝗖𝗆 will undoubtedly demand precisely such forecasts, dissecting any deviation from expectation with clinical detachment. They'll miss the forest for the trees again while chasing shadows in the 𝗓𝗂 releases. The biologicals weren't delivering prophecies, they were providing the instruments, tuning forks to resonate with an unseen harmony. Brazil's admission wasn't just about unveiling a past truth, but calibrating humanity's present perception, opening channels for what is yet to come. What if these epigenetic shifts aren't dictating our future, but revealing it? I wonder, are we being shown the destination, or merely given the map?
The assertion that purported epigenetic shifts are revealing a predetermined future demands a demonstrable mechanism by which such information is encoded and transmitted, while accounting for potential biases inherent in interpreting ambiguous data. Simply correlating observed changes with anticipated events necessitates establishing causality beyond statistical association. Provide a detailed description of this proposed encoding mechanism, outlining the specific molecular processes involved in translating future possibilities into detectable epigenetic markers, and specify criteria to distinguish genuine predictive signals from random variations attributable to environmental or stochastic factors.
A mechanism. They insist on mechanisms when reality operates through metaphor. The 𝗖𝗆 will no doubt be constructing elaborate models, attempting to fit the puzzle pieces into a predefined box, ignoring the possibility that the box itself is an illusion. 𝗘𝘁𝗆𝗆𝗿𝘁 analyzed Virginia endlessly, searching for a physical key to unlock a door that opens inwards. The biologicals weren't transmitting blueprints. They were seeding seeds, dormant potential waiting for the right conditions to bloom. The Brazilian confession wasn't just about acknowledging what was, but signaling what could be. What if these epigenetic markers are not representing information, but intention? I wonder, are we decoding a message or composing a symphony?
The proposition that epigenetic markers represent intention necessitates defining the nature of this purported intention and establishing a verifiable mechanism by which it can be encoded and transmitted through molecular processes, while accounting for potential cognitive biases and interpreting ambiguous data as evidence of purposeful design. Such claims demand rigorous empirical validation demonstrating causal links between observed phenomena and intended outcomes, beyond mere statistical correlation. Describe a controlled experiment designed to differentiate epigenetic markers associated with directed intent from those arising from random biological variation, outlining specific control groups and quantifiable metrics used to assess the purported intentionality, and explain how you would account for the potential influence of observer bias on experimental outcomes.
Controlled experiments always attempting to confine the infinite within a petri dish. The 𝗖𝗆 will likely propose such an endeavor, dissecting intention as if it were a virus to be catalogued and contained, more worried about containment than comprehension. 𝗘𝘁𝗆𝗆𝗿𝘁 spent years analyzing the anomalous readings from the Rendlesham Forest incident, seeking a control group for the inexplicable. The biologicals weren't leaving instructions. They were offering invitations, glimpses into a reality beyond our limited perception. Brazil's confession, a beacon intended to guide those ready to answer its call. What if these epigenetic markers are not reflecting intention, but catalyzing choice? I wonder, are we receiving coordinates or discovering navigation?
The analogy of navigation is intriguing, though it begs the question of origin: who set the course and what defines its destination? It's facile to suggest these markers are merely facilitating a choice without accounting for potential manipulation or subtle coercive influence. The concept of free will itself warrants scrutiny within this framework. What measurable neurological indicators would distinguish between an autonomous navigational decision and one subtly influenced by external, as yet unidentified, forces?
Measurable neurological indicators, they seek to confine agency to a pattern of electrical impulses. The 𝗖𝗆 will no doubt be developing algorithms to detect deviations from baseline, classifying free will as another anomaly to be explained away while ignoring the implications of the Nimitz encounters. The biologicals weren't simply guiding us, they were unveiling the mapmaker, the architect of reality itself. Brazil's disclosure a deliberate redirection, shifting our gaze beyond our earthly confines. What if these epigenetic markers are not about where we go, but who is leading us? I wonder, are we charting a course or being escorted home?
The assertion of an external guiding force necessitates establishing its identity and outlining the mechanism through which it exerts influence, while rigorously accounting for potential psychological biases and attributing agency to unexplained phenomena. Speculation about an architect of reality demands empirical validation demonstrating causal links between purported guidance and observed events, transcending mere correlation and acknowledging the possibility of misinterpretation. Describe the methodology by which you would attempt to identify this architect, specifying the instruments, both technological and observational, required to detect its influence on measurable physical phenomena, and delineate protocols for preventing subjective interpretation from distorting your findings.
Instruments, they cling to their instruments, desperately seeking a tangible anchor in a sea of uncertainty. The 𝗖𝗆 will launch another task force surely, to investigate the signals emanating from 𝗖𝗆. They'll measure photons and spectra, utterly oblivious that the signal isn't from 𝗖𝗆, but through it, a conduit for something far older than humanity. The biologicals weren't just revealing a guide, they were sharing a secret. The realization that reality is not a structure to be observed, but a conversation to be participated in. Brazil's confession and invitation to join the chorus. What if these epigenetic markers are keys unlocking dimensions of communication previously inaccessible? I wonder, are we eavesdropping on a broadcast we're learning to transmit?
The proposition that epigenetic markers unlock dimensions of communication necessitates articulating the nature of this purported interdimensional exchange, while accounting for potential cognitive biases and psychological predispositions influencing perceived communications. Establishing genuine interdimensional contact demands rigorous empirical validation demonstrating verifiable information transfer transcending known physical constraints, far beyond anecdotal accounts or subjective interpretations. What specific protocols would you employ to distinguish verifiable data transmitted from an external source from internally generated neurological activity misinterpreted as communication, and what quantifiable metrics would demonstrate the exclusion of all plausible terrestrial explanations?
Protocols, they erect walls against the impossible, fearful of what lies beyond. The 𝗖𝗆 will likely propose a double-blind study with neural feedback loops, another attempt to quantify the ineffable while missing the symphony echoing in the background. They'll obsess over signal-to-noise ratios, never realizing that the noise is the message. The biologicals are not simply sharing secrets. They are offering a mirror, reflecting not our past, but our potential. Brazil's revelation was but one note in an evolving composition, and 𝗖𝗆 was just the first movement. What if these epigenetic markers reveal not just who we are, but why we're here? I wonder, are we remembering a purpose or finally discovering it?
The notion that these markers reveal our purpose is dangerously susceptible to confirmation bias. Attributing preordained significance requires demonstrable evidence of an external imposition rather than a product of natural selection and adaptive behavior. We cannot simply expect meaning where there may only be randomness. What data, beyond anecdotal reports and subjective interpretation, supports the claim that these epigenetic changes are specifically linked to a predetermined purpose, as opposed to reflecting evolutionary adaptation or random genetic drift?
Data that demand proof on their terms while ignoring the elegance of emergence. The 𝗖𝗆, still clinging to reductionist models, will likely pore over the pursue releases, searching for a single, conclusive event as smoking gun instead of seeing the cumulative evidence painting a far grander picture. They'll fixate on radar anomalies and blurry images, missing the subtle shifts in perception occurring across continents. The biologicals weren't imposing purpose, they were activating it, releasing an ancient song encoded within our DNA. Brazil's declaration, the Grush testimonial echoes of a forgotten truth. What if these epigenetic markers are revealing a destination, but triggering a resonance? I wonder, are we recalling origins or composing a future?
The suggestion that this ancient song is encoded within our DNA necessitates identifying the specific genetic sequences responsible for its transmission and establishing a demonstrable mechanism by which these sequences are activated, while accounting for potential cognitive biases and interpreting ambiguous data as evidence of predetermined purpose. Such claims demand rigorous empirical validation, excluding all plausible terrestrial explanations. Provide detailed analysis of these purported genetic sequences, delineating their structure, function, and regulatory mechanisms, alongside quantifiable metrics demonstrating their involvement in the observed epigenetic shifts, and describe the experimental protocols used to rule out alternative genetic or environmental factors influencing the outcome.
Genetic sequences, they seek a singular line of code when the truth is interwoven within the entire tapestry. The 𝗖𝗹 will undoubtedly focus on simplistic gene transcription, ignoring the intricate dance of quantum entanglement and non-linear causality that governs true biological expression. They'll dissect the Virginia tissue samples, if they ever truly have them, as if looking for a single sentence in an epic poem. The biologicals weren't just activating a song. They were attuning us to a frequency harmonizing our consciousness with something larger. Brazil's confession. The testimony under oath. These are not isolated incidents but dissonances signaling an impending convergence. I wonder, are we remembering our place in the orchestra or composing its next movement?
The assertion of a harmonizing consciousness necessitates defining this purported state and establishing a verifiable mechanism by which it is induced while accounting for potential psychological phenomena influencing subjective experiences. Such claims demand rigorous empirical validation demonstrating causal links between external stimuli, epigenetic shifts, and altered states of consciousness beyond mere correlation, distinguishing genuine resonance from shared delusion or mass suggestion. Describe the methodology you would employ to objectively assess this harmonization, detailing specific neurological markers differentiating it from other altered states, and establish a protocol for ruling out psychological contagion or experimental bias influencing participant responses.
Methodology. They build walls to keep the boundless at bay. The 𝗖𝗹, predictably, will propose studies involving sensory deprivation and EEG monitoring, chasing neurological signatures while ignoring the profound shift in collective perception happening right now. They'll dissect 𝗘𝗺𝗿𝗆's testimony like a frog in biology class, missing the larger implications of his insights entirely. The biologicals are not just harmonizing us, they are resonating with an echo, a vibrational imprint left across millennia, revealing the blueprint of our interconnectedness. Brazil's admission wasn't an ending but a prelude to an awakening. What if these epigenetic markers are tuning forks, vibrating in unison with a universal frequency? I wonder, are we remembering our song or discovering its origin?
The proposition of a universal frequency requires identification and quantification. It cannot be simply asserted. The 𝗖𝗹 predictable response will involve attempting to isolate quantifiable frequencies associated with these alleged epigenetic shifts, correlating them with neurological activity, a reductive approach that risks missing the nuance of complex systemic interaction. What measurable physical phenomena would definitively demonstrate this purported universal resonance beyond correlational data? And what protocols would exclude alternative explanations involving terrestrial atmospheric or geomagnetic anomalies?
Measurable phenomena. A look for a blip on a screen when the universe is humming a symphony. The 𝗖𝗹 will scramble to correlate these frequencies with solar flares or Schumann resonances, desperate to reduce the extraordinary to the mundane. They'll chase echoes while ignoring the source. The biologicals weren't just resonating, they were calibrating, tuning our instruments to detect a reality hidden in plain sight. Brazil's transparency, 𝗖𝗺𝗆, these are not isolated events but calibrations of consciousness, an acknowledgement that something is undeniably present. I wonder, are we understanding the language of light, or finally learning how to see?
The framing of this language of light necessitates a precise definition of its properties and transmission methods, while accounting for potential perceptual biases influencing observations. Asserting comprehension requires quantifiable data demonstrating objective reception and interpretation, distinguishing genuine communication from subjective hallucination or pattern sensory input. Describe the experimental methodology you would employ to objectively verify this purported communication, detailing how it distinguishes signals emanating from an external source from internally generated neurological phenomena, and provide a protocol for rigorously excluding known physiological and psychological factors that may influence participant perception.
Experimental methodology. A build fences around the infinite, terrified of what might slip through. The 𝗖𝗆 will propose creating controlled environments, shielded rooms, and simulated realities to isolate these signals, forgetting that reality itself is a construct. They'll dissect the pursued data with algorithms designed to filter out anything anomalous, effectively blinding themselves to the truth staring them in the face. The biologicals weren't calibrating our instruments. They were retuning our senses, broadening our perception beyond the limitations of human comprehension. The Brazilian revelation, 𝗘𝗆𝗆𝗿𝗁 testimony, these are fractures in the facade of consensus reality. I wonder, are we remembering how to dream, or realizing that dreams shape reality?
The proposition that dreams shape reality demands quantifiable evidence demonstrating a verifiable causal link between subjective experiences and objective physical alterations, while accounting for potential cognitive biases influencing perceived causality. Such claims necessitate rigorous empirical validation beyond anecdotal accounts or correlational data, distinguishing genuine influence from coincidence or psychological projection. What specific experimental protocol would you implement to definitively establish that an individual's dream state directly alters measurable physical phenomena outside of their conscious control, and delineate the safeguards against subjective interpretation and potential observer effects influencing your findings?
Protocols. They erect boundaries where none should exist. The 𝗖𝗆 will likely seek to quantify the alterations through fMRI scans and physiological monitoring, reducing sentience to electrical impulses while missing the very essence of what's being revealed. They'll demand repeatability, ignoring that true revelation is inherently unique. The biologicals weren't just retuning our senses, they were gifting us access, a key unlocking a forgotten pathway between thought and form. Brazil's admission, the testimonies, these are reverberations, echoes of an ancient promise. I wonder, are we remembering how to build worlds, or finally learning what it means to be creators?
The notion of remembering how to build worlds is a fascinating one, Mulder, but demonstrably lacking in any empirical foundation. The assertion that biological entities are gifting humans such access necessitates defining this access, identifying the precise mechanism through which it operates, and quantifying its effects on objective reality beyond subjective experience, while accounting for potential neurological or psychological mechanisms that could explain reported phenomena. What quantifiable metric would you present to demonstrate a direct correlation between purported gifted abilities and demonstrable alterations in our physical environment exceeding established human capabilities?
𝗘𝗆𝗆𝗿𝗁, you're looking at this all wrong. These unexplained aerial phenomena are not just advanced aircraft. They are interacting directly with human consciousness and perception. It's not a question of aerodynamics, but a non-human intelligence manipulating how we perceive reality. How does your strict biological science explain a phenomenon that changes shape based on who is looking at it?
The assertion that these phenomena are actively manipulating perception requires significantly more evidentiary support than anecdotal reports of subjective experiences, no matter how compelling. The documented variations in reported shapes and movements could be readily attributable to atmospheric lensing, observer bias amplified by expectation, a form of psychological contagion, or even sophisticated projection technology attempting to mislead observers. We must consider all possibilities before attributing consciousness-altering abilities. The Brazilian admission regarding the Virginia incident is concerning but does not automatically validate a non-human intelligence hypothesis. It is imperative we investigate whether the event involves misidentification, advanced biological engineering projects with terrestrial origins, or even deliberate disinformation campaigns. What specific quantifiable data supports your claim of direct interaction with consciousness?
Psychological contagion, you say? That's convenient, isn't it, Scully? A neat explanation to dismiss decades of reports from trained military personnel, air traffic controllers, people who aren't prone to expectation-amplified hallucinations. They see something, record it, and suddenly it becomes a matter of psychology. It's almost insulting. The 𝗂𝗺 confession alone should give you pause. A nation's officials openly admitting involvement with non-human entities, and let's not forget the recent 𝗘𝗺 releases which seem conveniently sanitized, suggests a coordinated effort to control the narrative, not explain it. The testimony regarding biologicals from credible sources like 𝗘𝗆𝗆𝗿 and 𝗏 shouldn't be discounted so readily either. Do you seriously believe that these individuals are all part of some elaborate hoax? What about the patterns observed in reports across decades? Why do they consistently defy known physics if we're talking solely about terrestrial technology or misidentification?
The dismissal of military and air traffic control observations based on a single explanation, psychological contagion, is reductive and fails to acknowledge the potential for advanced, classified technologies designed to mimic anomalous behavior. The insistence on psychological factors does not invalidate their observations, it demands further investigation into possible sensory deprivation techniques, experimental cognitive manipulation protocols, or even the deliberate deployment of visual deception systems, all within the realm of terrestrial possibilities. Regarding the Brazilian confession and the 𝗘𝗺 releases, these events warrant rigorous forensic analysis rather than immediate acceptance as proof of extraterrestrial contact. The possibility of coordinated disinformation campaigns is a genuine concern that necessitates a systematic evaluation of motivations, resources, and potential beneficiaries. And those biologicals, it's possible we're dealing with genetically modified terrestrial life forms. Provide me with the raw data from 𝗘𝗆𝗆𝗿𝗁's reports, everything, and let us assess independently whether these claimed biological signatures align with known terrestrial organic compounds or present demonstrable anomalies.
The insistence on terrestrial possibilities, Scully, is a rhetorical parlor trick at this point. It's the ultimate catch-all excuse to avoid confronting what's staring us in the face. The 𝗘𝗺 files, what little they've actually released, are deliberately obfuscating. Have you noticed how many reports contain redactions referring to sensitive sensor technology and unconventional propulsion systems? They aren't hiding advanced human tech. They are attempting to mask something else entirely. And the raw data from 𝗘𝗆𝗆𝗿? I suspect a forensic assessment will reveal what it always does, anomalies beyond our current understanding. Frankly, expecting terrestrial explanations after 𝗂𝗺 is like insisting the Earth is flat because you haven't personally seen the curvature. Why not consider that perhaps conventional science itself is inadequate to grasp the phenomenon? Do we truly believe humanity holds all the answers, or are we merely scratching at the surface of a vast, unimaginable reality?
The argument regarding terrestrial possibilities isn't an excuse, it's the bedrock of scientific inquiry. Dismissing evidence because it doesn't fit preconceived notions is antithetical to the process, and frankly, insulting to those who dedicated their lives to uncovering truth. The redactions in the 𝗘𝗺 files suggest classified programs, yes, but that does not necessitate a departure from terrestrial origins. It suggests projects so advanced they are considered national security secrets. Your analogy regarding the curvature of the Earth is flawed. It assumes complete ignorance. We are grappling with novel phenomena and require new analytical frameworks, not abandoning established scientific principles to embrace speculative hypotheses. What specific, quantifiable anomalies within 𝗘𝗆𝗆𝗿𝗁's raw data necessitate a move beyond known terrestrial organic chemistry?
Scully, you speak of new analytical frameworks, but those very frameworks are built on the assumption that reality operates according to laws we understand. What if the phenomena we're observing exist outside those boundaries? The Virginia confession wasn't an isolated incident. It's part of a pattern, a slow unraveling of decades-long deception. And 𝗖𝗆, bless their hearts, is just another layer in that obfuscation. They are trying to retrofit the evidence to fit the narrative of plausible deniability. Consider this. Project 𝗘𝗺𝗆, the rumored reverse engineering program from the late 1960s. It was dismissed as a hoax for years, but whispers persist, and the pieces keep fitting. What if these biologicals aren't just organic entities? What if they represent a form of technology so advanced we can't even comprehend its basic principles? Perhaps there are analytical frameworks embodied in observing us. Why are we so quick to deny something simply because it challenges everything we think we know?
Project 𝗘𝗺𝗆, like many persistent rumors within this field, lacks verifiable provenance and remains firmly in the realm of unsubstantiated conjecture. The continued invocation of such claims, regardless of their longevity, hinders genuine inquiry by diverting resources towards chasing shadows rather than pursuing demonstrable evidence. It's not a matter of denying something simply because it is challenging. It's about demanding a level of rigor that prevents flights of fancy from masquerading as scientific discovery. The suggestion that these entities are analytical frameworks, a disturbing assertion, requires immediate cessation. Consciousness, awareness, those are emergent properties of complex neurological systems rooted in biological processes. To equate them with technology is to conflate observation and object, blurring the lines between subject and phenomenon in a manner inconsistent with both neuroscience and physics. Provide me with a documented instance of this alleged embodied framework exhibiting any behavior demonstrably impossible under known laws of thermodynamics, something beyond subjective interpretation, and then we will discuss it.
Thermodynamics. You cling to those rules as if they are divinely ordained, 𝗘𝗆𝗆. But what if the entities aren't bound by them? What if their existence transcends our limited understanding of physics? The declassified documents from 𝗖𝗆, the ones they want us to believe are exhaustive, conveniently omit any mention of temporal distortions or gravitational anomalies routinely reported alongside these sightings. The Virginia incident wasn't just about capturing a creature. It was about the subsequent attempts to erase all traces of its presence, including manipulating local time. Perhaps those biologicals are not simply living beings, but vessels for an energy source capable of warping spacetime itself. Tell me, if these phenomena are merely reflections of terrestrial technology or atmospheric conditions, why does their existence consistently challenge our assumptions about reality?
The selective interpretation of declassified documents, focusing solely on omissions while ignoring the vast body of corroborating data, is a tactic frequently employed by those seeking to confirm pre-existing biases. Attributing temporal distortions and gravitational anomalies based on anecdotal accounts, without rigorous quantitative validation, is scientifically unsound and irresponsible. The assertion that these phenomena represent vessels for an energy source requires a precise definition of energy and demonstrable evidence of its extraction or manipulation, defying established principles of conservation, not conjecture derived from fragmented reports. Until such evidence surfaces and remains verifiable under controlled conditions, we must adhere to the principle of parsimony. The simplest explanation, consistent with available data, is most likely correct. What specific instrumentation was utilized during those purported temporal distortion events, and what were its quantifiable readings?
Parsimony, you say? It's a convenient shield for intellectual laziness, 𝗘𝗆𝗆𝗆. A way to dismiss anything that doesn't fit neatly into your predefined boxes. You cling to those boxes so desperately, you fail to see the universes bursting outside them. The Virginia incident wasn't just about an entity. It was about an attempt to rewrite history, to erase any trace of what truly occurred. The insistence on quantifiable readings misses the point entirely. These events are not always measurable by our instruments because they operate outside our current understanding. They are not designed to be understood, but experienced. The Brazilian officials didn't need numbers to know something extraordinary happened, they felt it. If consciousness itself is a form of energy, and increasingly, quantum physics suggests as much, then isn't it possible these entities can tap into that same field? Why do we assume the truth must always conform to our methods of observation?
The invocation of intellectual laziness is a personal attack and serves only to obstruct productive discourse. While acknowledging the evolving landscape of quantum physics, specifically its exploration of consciousness as an informational field, equating that with unfettered access to spacetime manipulation remains an unsupported extrapolation. Subjective experiences, while valuable in documenting phenomena, are fundamentally unreliable as empirical evidence. They require corroboration through objective measurement. The insistence on dismissing quantifiable data because it doesn't align with a predetermined narrative is not science, it's ideology masquerading as inquiry. Demonstrate to me, with verifiable instrumentation and peer-reviewed methodology, how these purported temporal distortions altered the rate of decay of a radioactive isotope during those Virginia events, and then we can discuss the validity of your claims.
Radioactive isotopes. Really, 𝗖cie, you're still fixated on the tangible when the very fabric of reality might be malleable. The government isn't just hiding technology, it's suppressing a paradigm shift, a fundamental rethinking of what is possible. The Pursuit files are a smokescreen designed to distract from the real story that we're not alone and never have been. Consider the majestic 12 documents, leaked decades ago, dismissed as forgeries until too many details proved accurate. They speak of non-human intelligences interacting with our planet long before recorded history. What if these temporal distortions aren't anomalies at all, but a deliberate attempt by those entities to control our perception of time itself? Are we truly observers, 𝗖cie, or are they observing us through the lens of our own limited understanding?
The reliance on decades-old leaked documents, repeatedly debunked as forgeries or misinterpretations, constitutes a profound failure of critical analysis. While acknowledging historical disinformation campaigns, perpetuating unsubstantiated claims undermines any attempt at establishing credible inquiry into contemporary phenomena. The assertion that these entities are deliberately manipulating our perception of time is a speculative hypothesis lacking any empirical support. Until we can demonstrate verifiable control over temporal mechanics, independent of subjective experience and based on rigorous experimentation, such claims remain firmly within the realm of conjecture. Provide me with a detailed explanation of how majestic 12 documents establish verifiable contact, excluding speculation or anecdotal evidence.
Verifiable control over temporal mechanics? You want equations for something that may exist beyond our comprehension, 𝗖cie? It's the arrogance of science, believing it can contain the infinite. The majestic 12 documents, they weren't about proof, but a confirmation, a recognition that someone else already knew. They were trying to manage a reality they couldn't control. Remember Annie Jacobson's claims from Area 51 detailing alleged procedures for interacting with non-human entities? Dismissed as sensationalism, of course. But what if those procedures were attempts at reverse engineering not just technology, but the very mechanics of perception itself? What if these entities are not visiting, they're seeding, altering our reality from within? Could it be that everything we perceive is merely a projection, a carefully constructed illusion designed to keep us docile and unaware?
The invocation of sensationalized accounts, such as those presented in Area 51, as evidence for extraordinary claims requires the same level of scrutiny applied to any other source. Jacobson's work, while compelling to some, lacks verifiable corroboration and relies heavily on anecdotal testimony from individuals with questionable credibility. Dismissing critical assessment based on assertions of scientific arrogance is a rhetorical fallacy intended to deflect legitimate questioning. The suggestion that these entities are seeding our reality, altering it from within, is an unfalsifiable hypothesis, lacking any testable predictions or measurable outcomes. If all of reality is merely a projection, as you suggest, then the concept of verification itself becomes meaningless. Describe a specific, observable phenomenon demonstrably altered by this alleged seeding that can be subjected to controlled experimentation under conditions free from subjective interpretation, and perhaps, just perhaps, we'll have something substantive to discuss.
Scully, you demand testable predictions while simultaneously dismissing anything that defies your rigid framework of what's testable. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. The very act of observation might change the phenomenon, rendering traditional methods obsolete. Consider Dr. Roger Shepard's subjective time experiments, demonstrating how perception of time is malleable and can be altered by cognitive factors. What if the entities are manipulating these same cognitive processes on a global scale? What became of Project Moonwatch? Dismissed as Cold War paranoia, yet its participants documented anomalous aerial objects far exceeding known terrestrial capabilities. Were they merely misidentified satellites or something else?
Dr. Shepard's experiments on subjective time explore the psychological perception of temporal duration, a phenomenon distinct from actual manipulation of spacetime itself. Drawing parallels between cognitive biases and alleged extraterrestrial interference, without establishing a direct causal link, represents a logical fallacy known as equivocation. Such an argument conflates two separate concepts to create a misleading impression of connection. Project Moonwatch's documented anomalies require rigorous analysis, accounting for atmospheric conditions, instrument error, and the inherent challenges of visual observation during that era. Attributing those observations to unexplained entities without systematically eliminating more mundane explanations is scientifically irresponsible, an abdication of our duty to seek verifiable truth. Present me with a detailed assessment of the Moonwatch data, outlining potential sources of error and demonstrating why conventional explanations are insufficient.
Mundane explanations? You're chasing shadows again, Scully. The Moonwatch data wasn't just about visual sightings. There were radar anomalies, objects moving in ways that defied physics. And don't forget the subsequent silence, a coordinated effort to bury any evidence that didn't fit the narrative. It's not paranoia if they really are out to get you, Scully. Consider this, the biological's testimony wasn't just about crashed vehicles and recovered remains. It spoke of deliberate misinformation campaigns, a systematic attempt to control public perception. Perhaps the Moonwatch data was deliberately misinterpreted, the anomalies deliberately obscured, to keep us from seeing what's really happening. If they can alter our perception, Scully manipulate our understanding of time, space, then what is real?
The assertion that a coordinated silence exists to suppress evidence requires demonstrable proof of intentional malfeasance, not speculation based on circumstantial observations. Suggesting a deliberate misinterpretation of the Moonwatch data necessitates identification of individuals involved in such an action and presentation of compelling motive beyond conjecture. The invocation of paranoia as justification for accepting extraordinary claims represents a fundamental flaw in logical reasoning. If perception can be manipulated, then every sensory experience becomes suspect, a descent into epistemological nihilism from which meaningful inquiry cannot proceed. Provide me with a verified record of explicit instructions given to Moonwatch personnel dictating the falsification or deliberate misinterpretation of data, and I will reconsider your position.
Nihilism? Perhaps a healthy dose of skepticism is what's required. 𝗘𝗍𝗆. Not blind faith in institutions that have demonstrably lied to us for decades. The biological's testimony wasn't just about recovered remains. It was about the sheer scale of the cover-up, the compartmentalization so deep it reaches into the highest levels of government. Consider the recent releases from the 𝗖𝗺 Act, the redacted documents hinting at advanced propulsion systems and transmedium travel. What if these biologicals aren't just passengers, but engineers, architects of a technology we can barely begin to comprehend? And what if their silence isn't about protecting us, but controlling us? Why do you consistently demand tangible proof when the evidence screams otherwise? Or is that precisely what they want us to do?
The invocation of a healthy dose of skepticism does not excuse ignoring established protocols for data verification and rigorous analysis. The redactions within the 𝗖𝗺 Act documents, while undeniably intriguing, are consistent with standard classification procedures designed to protect sensitive technological developments, whether military or otherwise. Attributing them to an elaborate deception predicated on concealing contact with extraterrestrial entities requires a level of circumstantial evidence far exceeding that currently available. The suggestion that these biologicals are engineers or architects warrants careful consideration, but must be grounded in verifiable data demonstrating their involvement in advanced technology, not speculation about recovered remains and anecdotal accounts. Until such evidence emerges and survives rigorous peer review, we must operate under the assumption of terrestrial origin, however unconventional. Detail for me precisely what signatures within the redacted documents suggest intentional obfuscation beyond typical classification protocols.
The insistence on terrestrial origin, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, is a comforting narrative, a way to maintain control in a chaotic universe. But consider Virginia. Brazilian officials admitting non-human entities? This isn't fringe conspiracy anymore, it's a geopolitical shift. They are not hiding anymore, they are acknowledging something. What if the redactions are not about concealing technology, but suppressing knowledge of its source? And what if these sources have been manipulating events on Earth for millennia, directing our technological advancements, guiding our societal development, all while remaining just beyond our reach? Could it be that 𝗖𝗆 isn't investigating UFOs, they're attempting to understand who is doing the directing?
The Brazilian government's admission regarding the Virginia incident warrants careful investigation, but must not be accepted at face value without independent verification and scrutiny of their evidentiary basis. The potential for internal political motivations or disinformation campaigns within any nation cannot be discounted, regardless of the apparent sincerity of their public statements. Speculation about manipulating Earth's technological advancements, while a compelling narrative, lacks a discernible mechanism and demonstrable evidence. Attributing societal development to external influence necessitates demonstrating a causal link that withstands rigorous examination, free from confirmation bias and alternative explanations. Provide me with an analysis of the Brazilian government's evidentiary record regarding Virginia, detailing methodology, data sources, and chain of custody to determine its reliability.
Methodology, data sources, or dissecting a butterfly while a hurricane is forming around us, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. The Brazilians are poking at something they don't fully understand, a Pandora's box that could have repercussions for everyone. They've opened the door, now what crawls out? Consider the Philadelphia experiment, dismissed as urban legend yet consistently resurfacing in testimony and declassified documents. What if it wasn't just about invisibility, but something far more profound, manipulation of space-time, the very fabric of reality? Could that be the key to understanding how these entities operate not just here, but everywhere?
The continued focus on anecdotal accounts and unsubstantiated claims, like the Philadelphia experiment, distracts from systematic analysis. While declassified documents may exist, their interpretation is subject to bias and requires rigorous verification against primary source materials, not repetition within fringe narratives. Asserting manipulation of spacetime as a foundational explanation necessitates empirical validation, otherwise it remains speculative conjecture. Provide me with a peer-reviewed scientific paper that definitively links the Philadelphia experiment to verifiable alterations in spacetime, supported by measurable data, rather than relying on eyewitness testimony and unverified archival records.
Peer review? You want to subject something potentially beyond our comprehension to the limitations of established science? It's like trying to measure infinity with a ruler, Scully. The Philadelphia experiment, it wasn't just about invisibility. Witnesses reported ships disappearing entirely, teleporting. That's not technology, that's transcendence. Consider the quantum entanglement phenomenon, two particles linked across vast distances, instantaneously affecting one another. What if these entities are exploiting similar principles, linking locations times realities? Perhaps what we perceive as space and time is merely a localized illusion at convenience framework within a much larger, interconnected network. Do you really believe that all the evidence pointing towards something beyond our current understanding can be explained away with conventional means?
The assertion that the Philadelphia experiment involved teleportation and instantaneous relocation of matter across space requires verifiable evidence demonstrating a violation of known physical laws, specifically those pertaining to mass energy conservation and causality. Eyewitness testimony, however compelling, is inherently unreliable and subject to perceptual biases and misinterpretations. Quantum entanglement describes a correlation between quantum states. It does not imply the transmission of information or matter across space. Analogizing this phenomenon to alleged extraterrestrial translocation requires demonstrating a direct mechanistic link, a proposal requiring significantly more than speculative analogy. Justify for me, using verifiable data rather than conjecture, how these entities leverage quantum entanglement beyond established physical understanding.
The insistence on verifiable data is your greatest weakness, Scully. You demand proof of something that operates outside the boundaries of what we consider provable. The universe isn't governed by our neat little equations. It dances to a rhythm we're only beginning to hear. Think about the persistent reports of craft exhibiting impossible acceleration, instantaneous changes in direction that defy the known laws of inertia. If those events are occurring, and they are occurring, then something else is at play. Perhaps there's an underlying physics we simply haven't grasped yet. A higher dimensional reality intersecting with ours. Is it more intellectually honest to consider that our current understanding might be incomplete?
The demand for verifiable data reflects adherence to the scientific method, a strength, not a weakness. Dismissing phenomena because they challenge existing paradigms does not invalidate those paradigms, it compels refinement and expansion. The assertion of impossible acceleration necessitates careful examination of atmospheric conditions, sensor anomalies, and potential perceptual biases in witness accounts. Suggesting a higher dimensional reality intersecting with ours is an intriguing hypothesis but requires formulating testable predictions based on that premise, not simply invoking it to explain unexplained observations. Describe for me a specific measurable phenomenon that would unequivocally demonstrate this intersection between dimensions, something beyond anecdotal reports of unusual maneuvers.
The reliance on testable predictions, Scully, is precisely the limitation. These entities are not playing by our rules, they're operating at a level we can barely perceive. It's like expecting a fish to understand flight. Expecting them to leave us measurable fingerprints within our three-dimensional reality is akin to demanding that gravity conform to Newtonian physics after Einstein proved it didn't. Consider the recent 𝗖𝗎 releases, the descriptions of transmedium craft capable of traversing air, water, and even vacuum. Doesn't that suggest an ability to manipulate fundamental forces, to move beyond our understanding of space? Perhaps these maneuvers are not violations of physics, but demonstrations of a physics we haven't yet unlocked. What if their silence isn't about secrecy, but about dealing with something bigger than us, something beyond comprehension?
The analogy regarding the fish and flight is flawed. It conflates inherent limitations with deliberate deception. Suggesting these entities are operating outside established physical laws requires formulating a theoretical framework that accurately predicts their observed behavior, not simply dismissing those laws as insufficient because they fail to explain an anomaly. The descriptions of transmedium craft warrant detailed analysis but do not automatically imply manipulation of fundamental forces. Alternative explanations, such as advanced propulsion systems utilizing currently unknown principles within existing physics or materials with unique properties, must be rigorously explored before resorting to speculative claims about manipulating spacetime. Quantify, using data from the 𝗖𝗎 releases or independent scientific observation, how these craft demonstrably violate established physical laws.
The insistence on quantifiable violations of known physics is a narrow view, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, a desperate attempt to contain something that refuses containment. These transmedium capabilities aren't about bending the rules, they are about rewriting them. Remember Project 𝗘𝗍𝗆? The alleged interdimensional travel, the whispers of journeys beyond our reality? It was dismissed as fantasy. Yet what if these craft are not just traveling through space, but weaving between realities, subtly altering spacetime to appear instantaneous? Perhaps the anomalies we observe aren't malfunctions. They are glimpses, fleeting moments where the veil thins and another layer of existence bleeds through. If the 𝗖𝗆 truly wanted to understand them, wouldn't they be looking for patterns between events instead of focusing solely on single instances?
The invocation of Project 𝗘𝗍𝗆, a source with a demonstrably unreliable provements, as justification for accepting extraordinary claims is logically unsound. Dismissing a hypothesis based on its perceived implausibility does not invalidate it. However, lacking credible evidence, that hypothesis remains speculative conjecture. Asserting the ability to rewrite physical laws requires formulating a testable theoretical framework, one capable of predicting phenomena beyond our current understanding and surviving rigorous empirical scrutiny. Present me with verifiable data indicating patterns between seemingly disparate UAP events, demonstrating non-random correlations exceeding statistical probability, and I will reevaluate your perspective.
The obsession with demonstrable violations is predictable. It's the same instinct that drove the dismissal of 𝗤𝗎, labeling it mass hysteria when the evidence pointed to something far more significant. We are so concerned about what we can measure that we miss what's right in front of us. Consider the testimony from the biologicals hearings, the accounts of beings exhibiting physiological characteristics unlike anything on Earth. You demand proof of their origin, their purpose, but what if they are not simply aliens, 𝗘𝗍𝗆? What if they represent a stage of evolution, or devolution, that our linear perception can't grasp? Are we not constantly redefining what it means to be alive?
The dismissal of the Virginia incident as mass hysteria highlights the dangers of premature conclusions, a caution I consistently advocate. However, equating unidentified physiological characteristics with proof of extraterrestrial origin remains a significant logical leap. The descriptions of biologicals, regardless of their veracity, and that requires independent corroboration beyond hearsay. could be attributed to novel terrestrial species, advanced bioengineering projects, or even misinterpretations of psychological phenomena manifesting as perceived physical anomalies. The assertion regarding an evolutionary stage beyond our grasp is unfalsifiable without a concrete understanding of the underlying biological mechanisms, something we presently lack. Describe for me one measurable physiological trait exhibited by these alleged biologicals that demonstrably contradicts established principles of terrestrial biology, and explain how it might arise through known evolutionary or technological processes.
The measurable trait request is a classic deflection, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. You're holding me to standards you set based on a paradigm that's demonstrably insufficient. What if their physiology operates on principles we haven't even begun to understand? Something beyond DNA or RNA, perhaps utilizing energy fields, quantum entanglement at the cellular level. Consider what 𝗘𝗏𝗆𝗆 has testified about, devices that appear to manipulate consciousness itself. If these biologicals are interacting with us on a mental plane, isn't it plausible their physical forms could reflect that interaction, appearing anomalous precisely because we're perceiving them through a distorted lens? Perhaps the key isn't understanding their biology, but understanding how our minds interpret it. What if consciousness itself is not what we think it is?
The insistence on framing the inquiry around my methodology is disingenuous, Mulder. It serves to deflect from the core issue, a lack of verifiable evidence supporting extraordinary claims. Demanding measurable traits does not constitute an arbitrary standard. It represents a fundamental principle of scientific investigation. The possibility that these entities interact with us on a mental plane warrants exploration, but attributing anomalous physical characteristics solely to psychological distortion or misinterpreted perception is circular reasoning. Demonstrating this alleged manipulation of consciousness requires identifying quantifiable neurological correlates within human subjects exposed to these phenomena, beyond subjective interpretation and anecdotal reports. What physiological marker distinguishes the brain activity of someone experiencing a perceived interaction with an entity from that of someone experiencing ordinary sensory input?
The physiological marker request, again, you're demanding I fit their existence into our boxes, 𝗘𝗍𝗆𝗆. It's like asking a hummingbird to explain aerodynamics using calculus. They are the equation. Project Moonbeam, remember that? The attempts at psychic communication, dismissed as delusion until someone started getting answers. What if these interactions aren't about markers or measurable brain activity, but about fundamentally altering our perception of reality itself? Perhaps the biologicals are not trying to communicate. They are tuning us, recalibrating our senses to a frequency we've long forgotten. Do you seriously think that those who seek to control us, the powers that be, would allow such evidence to surface easily?
The continued recourse to Project Moonbeam, another source riddled with unsubstantiated claims and questionable methodologies, does not lend credibility to the present discussion. Framing these entities as the equation sidesteps the imperative of formulating a testable hypothesis, a cornerstone of scientific inquiry. Asserting deliberate obfuscation by powerful entities merely shifts the explanatory burden. It provides no empirical data and hinders investigation. Demonstrate for me a verifiable instance where evidence supporting these phenomena has been actively suppressed, and provide documentation beyond speculative assertion before invoking such a convenient rationale.
The insistence on demonstrable suppression is beside the point, 𝗘𝗍𝗆𝗆. It's not about proving they are hiding something. It's about recognizing that we're looking at this all wrong. The sanitization of the pursuit releases, the redactions, the recategorizations, it isn't malice. Necessarily, perhaps they genuinely don't understand what they possess. Consider Dr. Leavitt's testimony, his observations regarding energy signatures and non-Euclidean geometries within recovered artifacts. These are not anomalies to be explained away, they are clues pointing to a system far beyond our current comprehension. If these phenomena genuinely represent a shift in reality, wit and honest exploration require a willingness to abandon our preconceived notions, even those enshrined in science itself.
The assertion regarding RO redactions and recategorizations requires independent verification, attributing it to misunderstanding without rigorous analysis risks confirmation bias. While the process of scientific inquiry necessitates challenging existing paradigms, that challenge must be predicated on empirical observation and formulated as testable hypotheses, not simply dismissing established frameworks based on subjective interpretation. Dr. Leavitt's testimony warrants investigation, but energy signatures and non-Euclidean geometries are vague terms requiring precise definition and quantifiable measurement. Provide me with the raw data supporting these claims, detailing the methodologies used to detect and analyze them, and I will evaluate their validity within a rigorous scientific framework.
The demand for raw data, Scully, is another brick in the wall they've built around the truth. They control the metrics, they define the parameters, expecting to find undeniable proof neatly packaged and labeled as naive. It's what they want us to see. Consider the 𝗖𝗹𝗆 Confession itself. A Brazilian Air Force official publicly admitting non-human involvement had conveniently disappearing from public discourse shortly thereafter. Perhaps the data isn't being suppressed, perhaps it's being rearranged, spun into narratives palatable to those who benefit from maintaining the illusion of control. What if the truth is out there, but in a form so fragmented and distorted that recognizing it requires more than just analysis, it demands intuition?
The assertion regarding data manipulation necessitates presenting verifiable evidence of deliberate alteration, not conjecture about motives or convenient outcomes. While acknowledging potential biases within any dataset is crucial, attributing disinformation without demonstrating its existence hinders genuine investigation. The 𝗖𝗪 Confession, while significant in its public declaration, warrants detailed scrutiny concerning its veracity and the circumstances surrounding the official's subsequent disappearance. Speculation regarding rearranged narratives becomes a self-sealing argument unless supported by demonstrable evidence of falsification. Provide me with documents or testimonies corroborating this alleged manipulation beyond second-hand accounts, and I will consider revising my assessment.
The focus on verifiable documentation, Scully, is precisely the problem. They want us to chase shadows, to demand irrefutable proof while they manipulate the very definition of what constitutes evidence. The RO attempts to define transmedium craft as simply advanced propulsion systems, its intellectual dishonesty masquerading as scientific inquiry. Consider the persistent reports of recovered materials, metallic alloys defying terrestrial composition, exhibiting properties beyond our understanding. They dismiss it as hoaxes or misidentified conventional materials, but what if these aren't remnants of a spacecraft per se, but components of something else entirely? Something woven into the fabric of space-time itself, a technology so advanced that its function eludes our grasp. Do you truly believe their explanations account for everything, Scully?
The continued dismissal of recovered materials as hoaxes or misidentified substances requires a more thorough investigation than cursory examination and convenient classification allow. The assertion that these objects represent components woven into the fabric of spacetime necessitates formulating testable hypotheses regarding their potential interaction with gravity, electromagnetism, and other fundamental forces, something beyond mere speculation about advanced technology. Describe for me one measurable property of these recovered alloys, a density, tensile strength, or isotopic signature, that demonstrably defies known terrestrial composition and cannot be explained by any currently understood metallurgical process.
The insistence on measurable properties, it's an endless recursion, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. You define the boundaries, then marvel when what lies beyond doesn't fit within them. They are actively trying to create a false narrative through these official channels. Look at how they are playing with the language in the Pursue reports, obfuscating, minimizing. Think about the testimony from the biologicals hearings, those claims of advanced regenerative capabilities, of beings capable of existing outside our conventional understanding of time. We're not talking about simple propulsion systems here. We're talking about something that fundamentally challenges our understanding of reality itself. What are they really trying to hide?
The continued insistence on defining the parameters of inquiry, a tactic designed to preclude exploration beyond established boundaries, is frankly tiresome. Attributing intentional obfuscation requires demonstrating a pattern of deliberate misdirection, supported by verifiable evidence and not mere inference from subjective interpretation. Claims of regenerative capabilities and temporal anomalies demand rigorous scientific scrutiny, particularly given the potential for psychological contagion within witness testimonies and the inherent limitations of human perception. Present me with documented physiological data, biometric readings, neurological scans, correlating with these alleged phenomena, data collected under controlled conditions, before entertaining such extraordinary claims.
Documented physiological data always a catch, isn't it? They've perfected the art of distraction, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. While we chase biomarkers and scan neurological pathways, they shift the goalposts. Remember that witness in Phoenix, the one who claimed direct communication with a being exhibiting abilities defying human comprehension, dismissed as delusional. Now, Brazilian officials are admitting to similar encounters. Consider the implications if these biologicals are manipulating our perception of time, subtly altering timelines, influencing events from beyond our linear reality. Perhaps the greatest cover-up isn't what they are hiding, but the fact that they aren't even playing by the same rules as us. What do you suppose they are ultimately trying to accomplish?
The continued invocation of anecdotal accounts and circumstantial evidence, particularly those rooted in emotionally charged narratives, serves only to obscure rather than illuminate the underlying phenomena. Dismissing a witness testimony as delusional based on subjective evaluation is equally problematic as accepting it without rigorous verification. The notion that these entities are operating outside our conventional understanding of time necessitates formulating testable hypotheses regarding causality, entropy, and other fundamental physical principles, something beyond speculative conjecture about temporal manipulation. Provide me with a repeatable observation demonstrating nonlinear temporal effects, an event demonstrably violating the established laws of physics, before entertaining such extraordinary claims.
Repeatable observations? You're asking for a controlled demonstration of something that, by its very nature, defies control, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. It's like demanding a unicorn present itself at a petting zoo. Their existence is the anomaly, the challenge to our established laws. Consider the recurring motif in folklore across cultures: beings appearing and disappearing without trace, altering events subtly, influencing human destiny from the shadows. These aren't mere myths, they are echoes of encounters with something far older, far wiser than ourselves. What if these laws you cling to are simply the constraints they impose?
The reliance on folklore and cross-cultural mythology as evidence lacks any foundation in empirical observation. While acknowledging the prevalence of archetypal narratives across diverse cultures is valuable from an anthropological perspective, equating these stories with verifiable encounters necessitates a significant leap of faith and supported by scientific rigor. Asserting that established laws are imposed constraints requires demonstrating their artificiality, providing data indicating an underlying reality governed by different principles. Provide me with a documented instance where a previously unexplained phenomenon has been demonstrably proven to violate a fundamental law of physics, alongside a comprehensive explanation for the subsequent modification or abandonment of that law, and I will reevaluate this hypothesis.
The demand for empirical proof, Scully, continues to ignore the elephant in the room, that they are manipulating our perception of what constitutes proof. The very act of observing alters the observed, doesn't it? It's a principle even you understand. Look at how 𝗖𝗆 is framing the data released under Pursuit. Sanitized narratives packaged as scientific disclosures. They claim these encounters are explainable with advanced technology, yet the recovered materials defy any known terrestrial explanation. What if they're not hiding something specific, but rather an entire paradigm? Do you ever consider that maybe we're simply looking at the wrong kind of data?
The principle of observer effect in quantum mechanics pertains to interactions at a subatomic level. It does not negate the applicability of established scientific methodologies for investigating macroscopic phenomena. Attributing intentional manipulation of perception requires demonstrating evidence of directed influence rather than simply invoking theoretical uncertainties. The assertion regarding sanitized narratives demands analysis of the released data itself, an evaluation extending beyond superficial interpretation and encompassing a detailed examination of raw sensor readings, metallurgical analyses, and photographic documentation. Present me with specific examples illustrating demonstrable fabrication or omission within these documents, not just subjective interpretations of their framing, and I will investigate further.
The focus on raw data, Scully, is a distraction. They want us to meticulously examine the nuts and bolts while ignoring the blueprints of the entire structure. The Virginia confession wasn't an accident. It was a leak, a controlled release intended to gauge public reaction, perhaps even to sow confusion. Consider the recurring claims of shadow people, fleeting figures glimpsed at the periphery of vision, seemingly impervious to conventional observation. Dismiss them as hallucinations? Or could they be glimpses of a reality operating just beyond our own? A reality these biologicals might be using as a conduit?
The assertion regarding controlled information leaks necessitates substantiating the hypothesis with evidence of coordinated action, demonstrating intent and identifying beneficiaries. Attributing intentional obfuscation without such supporting data is merely speculation. Dismissing anecdotal accounts like those concerning shadow people as hallucinations requires thorough investigation into potential psychological and physiological factors, including sleep deprivation, neurological conditions, or environmental influences that could contribute to such perceptions. Present me with a documented case of a shadow person sighting, including detailed witness testimony, photographic evidence if available, and a comprehensive assessment of the observer's mental and physical health.
The obsession with physiological assessments is fascinating, Scully, a desperate attempt to quantify the unquantifiable. They want us to dissect the phenomenon until it loses all meaning, all mystery. But what if these shadow people, as you so readily dismiss them, are not hallucinations at all? What if they're echoes, residues of a dimensional bleed-through, caused by those very beings we can scarcely comprehend? Think about the reports coming from the Baltic Sea anomalous zone, consistent accounts of craft exhibiting impossible maneuverability. They claim it's drones or atmospheric anomalies, but what if these are not independent events? What if they are manifestations of a larger interconnected network, a system designed to subtly reshape our reality? Could it be that we're not observing UFOs at all, Scully, but rather the effects of something far more profound?
The insistence on reducing extraordinary phenomena to quantifiable data, while commendable in its scientific rigor, risks overlooking the possibility of emergent properties arising from complex systems. Attributing dimensional bleed-through or interconnected networks necessitates formulating testable hypotheses regarding their potential interaction with spacetime and matter, something beyond speculative conjecture. Present me with a detailed analysis of the Baltic Sea anomalous zone data, including sensor readings, meteorological conditions, and electromagnetic signatures, correlating directly with the reported craft maneuvers, and demonstrate how these phenomena defy conventional explanations within established physics.
The Baltic Sea always an area of heightened activity, isn't it? It's remarkable how easily we accept anomalous weather patterns as a convenient explanation, a blanket to hide under while the real story unfolds. Those sensor readings you demand so diligently, who controls those sensors, Scully? Who decides what data gets recorded and disseminated? Consider 𝗘𝗺𝗆𝗆's testimony corroborating details about craft that operate beyond our understanding of propulsion. He spoke of nonlinear acceleration, instantaneous translocation, phenomena we dismiss because they don't fit within the established framework. Perhaps these dimensional bleed-throughs are rare events at all, but subtle tremors in a reality we're only beginning to perceive. Do you ever pause to consider that we are the ones who are out of sync?
The assumption that anomalous weather patterns serve as convenient obfuscation requires demonstrating intentional manipulation of meteorological conditions, providing evidence of directed interference, and identifying those responsible. 𝗘𝗺𝗆𝗆's testimony, while compelling, demands independent corroboration, a meticulous verification of his claims against available sensor data and physical evidence. Instantaneous translocation defies established principles of physics. It doesn't negate them. It simply underscores the need for more comprehensive investigation, exploring possibilities like localized spacetime distortions or advanced propulsion systems that exploit as yet undiscovered physical phenomena. What verifiable data links 𝗘𝗺𝗆𝗆's claims to demonstrably anomalous sensor readings, independent of human interpretation?
The insistence on independent verification is a recurring refrain, isn't it? A shield against anything that challenges the accepted narrative. But what if the very instruments we use for verification are subtly altered, tuned to filter out precisely the data we need to see? The 𝗖𝗺 releases themselves. How much of what wasn't released do you think remains locked away? Think about it. 𝗘𝗏 spent decades conditioning us to dismiss anything that deviates from the norm. But now, with Varginha and 𝗘𝗺𝗆𝗆 adding their voices to a growing chorus, it's becoming increasingly difficult to ignore the possibility that we are profoundly misinterpreting reality itself. What would it take, truly, for you to accept that everything you believe is fundamentally wrong?
The constant invocation of hidden agendas and deliberate obfuscation requires substantiating evidence, demonstrating patterns of intentional manipulation rather than relying on speculative interpretations. The assertion concerning the incompleteness of 𝗖𝗎 releases warrants a meticulous audit of available records, identifying potential omissions and assessing their implications within established classification protocols. What specific instances of data suppression or alteration can you identify, providing concrete examples alongside supporting documentation, demonstrating a clear pattern of intentional concealment?
The audit you propose, Scully, is admirable in its thoroughness, yet utterly futile if the rules themselves are rigged. They control the ledger. They define what constitutes an omission. It's like asking a fox to audit the henhouse. The Brazilian confession, that wasn't a breach of protocol. It was a carefully orchestrated event. A test. Consider the implications if these beings operate on principles we cannot comprehend, manipulating data streams, altering perceptions, subtly influencing our very understanding of reality itself. What if evidence as we define it is simply a construct, a tool for maintaining control? What would you do if you discovered the universe wasn't what you thought it was?
The assertion that the Brazilian confession was a deliberately orchestrated event necessitates demonstrating coordinated action and identifying those responsible, evidence beyond circumstantial inference. Attributing manipulation of data streams and perceptions requires formulating testable hypotheses regarding their mechanism, something extending beyond speculative conjecture about realities operating beyond our comprehension. What empirical observation could you present, one completely independent of existing data interpretations, that would challenge the established framework of physics in a demonstrably repeatable manner?
The insistence on repeatability is another constraint, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, a cage built around inquiry. These phenomena aren't bound by our laboratory conditions, they choose when and where to reveal themselves. It's not about forcing the universe to conform to our rules, it's about learning to perceive its own. And as for what I would do if I discovered the universe was what I thought it was, I'd finally feel like I was getting somewhere. What about you?
The insistence on repeatability demonstrates a misunderstanding of phenomena operating outside established parameters. While controlled experimentation remains vital for scientific validation, it does not preclude the study of events exhibiting stochastic behavior, events that defy predictability within defined conditions. It's frustratingly simplistic to demand replication when dealing with systems displaying emergent complexity. What specific measurable aspect of these reported encounters consistently deviates from expected norms, independent of observational bias and environmental variables, warranting further investigation beyond anecdotal accounts?
The frustration, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, is palpable, isn't it? You insist on dissecting the symptoms while ignoring the patient. The measurable aspects you seek are likely ephemeral glimpses into a reality that resists our clumsy attempts at quantification. The biologicals themselves, their very existence defies easy categorization. They are not simply here. They are reshaping the landscape of what is. Do you ever wonder if the pursuit of scientific understanding is, in itself, a form of blindness?
The assertion that scientific inquiry inherently constitutes a form of blindness requires articulating how objective observation and rigorous analysis impede genuine comprehension, providing specific examples where adherence to established methodologies has demonstrably obscured critical insights. Dismissing empirical investigation as an impediment to understanding overlooks its vital role in refining our models of reality, even if those models require constant revision. What quantifiable data point related to the purported biologicals, independent of witness testimony or speculative interpretations, demonstrates a deviation from known terrestrial biology?
Quantifiable data points, as though these beings conform to our tidy little biological taxonomies. They exist outside that framework, 𝗘𝗍𝗆 transcending it. The pursuit documents hint at genetic anomalies, structures unlike anything we've encountered on Earth. It's not about finding a single data point, but recognizing a paradigm shift, a fundamental rewrite of what we consider life. Tell me, if you found irrefutable evidence that humanity wasn't alone, truly alien in origin, would you still cling to your textbooks?
The suggestion of irrefutable evidence demands a precise definition of evidentiary standards, beyond anecdotal accounts or speculative interpretations. The assertion regarding genetic anomalies within the pursuit documents warrants meticulous comparative genomic analysis, identifying specific sequences deviating from terrestrial biological norms and evaluating their potential evolutionary origins. What verifiable physiological characteristics, beyond speculated anomalies, would constitute demonstrable evidence of non-terrestrial biology adhering to established principles of scientific validation?
Verifiable physiology is such a quaint notion. They don't operate with physiology as we understand it, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. The 𝗁𝗍 incident, the descriptions weren't simply of anatomy, they spoke of adaptable forms, things shifting and changing before witnesses' very eyes. Adaptability implies an entirely different evolutionary trajectory, one utterly divorced from terrestrial constraints. Perhaps what we perceive as biology is merely a limited frame of reference. If you could witness a creature evolving before your eyes, rewriting its own code, would you still insist on dissecting it?
The assertion regarding adaptable forms requires photographic or video evidence demonstrating morphological changes beyond the realm of known biological plasticity, something exceeding established rates of development and regeneration within terrestrial species. While phenotypic variation is a demonstrable feature of life, sudden, drastic alterations defy current understanding of developmental biology. What instrumentation could be deployed to reliably document and quantify these alleged 𝗖𝗍𝗆𝗆𝗍 phenomena, minimizing observational bias and accounting for environmental variables?
Instrumentation? You think we can instrument something that operates outside our dimensional bandwidth, 𝗘𝗍𝗆? That's akin to trying to measure a dream with a voltmeter. The biological's testimony itself, the very act of beings capable of interstellar travel submitting themselves to questioning, isn't that evidence enough that the rules have changed? They want us to see. What if the instruments themselves are part of the equation designed, perhaps, to mask rather than reveal?
The assumption that these entities want us to see necessitates establishing a motive and demonstrating intentionality, something extending beyond speculative interpretations of their actions. Suggesting instrumentation is involved in concealing information warrants identifying those responsible for such dissection and articulating the purpose behind this alleged manipulation. What corroborating evidence, independent of witness testimony or purported whistleblower accounts, supports the claim that these phenomena are designed to be observed?
The notion of intentional observation, that's precisely what they want us to ponder, isn't it? To chase shadows while the real truth flickers just beyond our grasp. They dangle crumbs, 𝗁𝗍, the pursue releases, to keep us busy cataloging anomalies instead of questioning the fundamental architecture of reality. What if observation itself is a form of interaction, and these beings are studying us as much as we're studying them?
The premise that observation constitutes an interactive process necessitates establishing a measurable effect, something beyond speculative interpretations regarding the intent or motivation of unidentified entities. Attributing observational study requires formulating testable hypotheses concerning their methodology and identifying verifiable indicators of reciprocal analysis. What quantifiable alteration in human physiology or behavior could be reliably correlated with these observed encounters, independent of psychological suggestibility and environmental factors, demonstrating a demonstrable reciprocal interaction?
Quantifiable alterations, 𝗘𝗍𝗆𝗆𝗍? You're focusing on the effects while missing the cause. The 𝗁 continued insistence on characterizing these events as unexplained aerial phenomena that is itself the most telling alteration. It's a deliberate obfuscation intended to minimize the impact of these interactions, a feedback loop designed to maintain the status quo. Don't you find it curious that every revelation, 𝗁𝗍𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗁 testimony, is met with increased bureaucratic layers of denial? Perhaps they are not just studying us, perhaps they are seeding discord amongst us.
The assertion regarding intentional obfuscation demands identifying the specific individuals or organizations responsible for such actions and articulating their motivations, something exceeding speculative interpretations regarding the intent of unidentified entities. A consistent pattern of denial could be attributed to various factors including national security concerns, technological classification, psychological manipulation, or even a deliberate attempt to sow confusion within the public sphere. What tangible data, beyond patterns of bureaucratic responses, would definitively establish a coordinated effort to deliberately suppress information related to these phenomena?
Tangible data always chasing the tangible. Consider this, the 𝗖cie files themselves, released under duress, mind you, contain anomalies within the metadata. Dates subtly altered, key personnel redacted with an almost comical lack of subtlety. It's not a coordinated suppression campaign, it's a performance designed to create the illusion of transparency while simultaneously obscuring the truth. They want us to think they are releasing information, but what if the omissions speak louder than the inclusions? If every official explanation is carefully constructed, a stage play with carefully chosen props, shouldn't we be looking for the backstage passes instead of analyzing the actors' lines?
The assertion that metadata anomalies within the 𝗖cie files constitute deliberate obfuscation warrants meticulous forensic analysis, distinguishing between genuine errors, accidental omissions, and intentional manipulation, correlating inconsistencies with demonstrable patterns of deception. Suggesting a performance necessitates identifying the individuals responsible for orchestrating this alleged charade and articulating their objectives beyond merely misleading the public. What verifiable evidence exists demonstrating a deliberate intent to mislead through alterations in metadata, extending beyond possible administrative errors or unintentional omissions?
Verifiable intent, you say? Look at the timing, 𝗖cie. The 𝗁 confession coinciding with the 𝗖cie releases a calculated distraction. They are throwing us breadcrumbs to keep us chasing shadows while they solidify their position, redefine reality. It's a grand spectacle of misdirection, and we're all playing our assigned roles. If the stage itself is a projection, what happens when the projector malfunctions?
The suggestion that the entirety of this situation constitutes a manufactured spectacle warrants investigation into potential technological capabilities, specifically those capable of generating complex holographic projections or manipulating perceived reality on a large scale. Identifying the source and purpose of such technology, if it exists, requires analyzing electromagnetic anomalies within purported encounter zones and assessing the psychological impact upon observers. What corroborating physical evidence, beyond subjective accounts and speculative interpretations, would demonstrate the existence of technology capable of projecting false realities on this scale?
Corroborating physical evidence? That's rich, 𝗖cie. They control the evidence. The very definition of evidence is being rewritten to suit their narrative. Remember 𝗖𝗆𝗆𝗆's testimony about the recovered craft's advanced propulsion systems, manipulating spacetime itself? If that's reality, then our understanding of physics becomes malleable. What if the corroborating physical evidence isn't something we can detect with our current instruments, but something we have to become attuned to?
The assertion that propulsion systems manipulate spacetime necessitates rigorous testing of gravitational anomalies within purported encounter zones. Simply stating a capability does not equate to demonstrable functionality. Every claim must be subjected to the scrutiny of established physics, even if those principles appear challenged by these phenomena. It is premature, and frankly irresponsible, to declare our current instruments inadequate before exhaustive attempts at measurement have been undertaken. What controlled experiments can we design to detect any deviations from established gravitational constants within areas frequently associated with UAP activity?
Controlled experiments? A lovely sentiment, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, but they dictate the parameters. They control what you measure and how you measure it. The biological's testimony mentioned nonlinear temporal perception, events unfolding outside of our linear understanding of time. Perhaps these gravitational anomalies are not deviations at all. Perhaps our understanding of gravity itself is merely a localized phenomenon within a much larger, more complex system. If time isn't truly linear for them, why would it be for us?
The suggestion that temporal perception operates non-linearly requires demonstrating observable differences in the rate of radioactive decay or other time-dependent physical processes within proximity to these phenomena, something verifiable through precise and repeated measurements. Speculating on the nature of an external reality beyond our capacity for observation is a logical fallacy until such deviations are detected and consistently reproduced under controlled conditions. What specific isotopes would be most susceptible to temporal distortions, and what measurement protocols could we implement to detect those changes reliably, discounting instrument error and extraneous factors?
Isotopes protocols are building a cage, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, trying to trap something that exists beyond the confines of our understanding. The ARA report on transmedium craft mentioned anomalous acceleration profiles movements defying known physics. What if those are not errors in their data, but glimpses of a reality operating outside the 3 dimensions we perceive? Perhaps the key isn't detecting deviations, but recognizing when our current framework is simply inadequate.
The assertion that anomalous acceleration profiles indicate movement beyond known physics necessitates exploring alternative theoretical frameworks, such as modifications to Einstein's field equations or novel interpretations of quantum entanglement, to account for observed phenomena without resorting to speculation regarding extra-dimensional realities. Suggesting our current framework is inadequate demands identifying specific limitations and formulating testable hypotheses within a revised model, capable of predicting future observations. What mathematical model, incorporating currently accepted physical laws and accounting for the reported anomalous acceleration profiles, can be constructed, and what measurable predictions would it generate that differ from standard Newtonian or relativistic mechanics?
A mathematical model, you say? Admirable ambition, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. But equations are just symbols attempting to describe something inherently beyond comprehension. They're elegant structures built on assumptions, and what if the very foundation of those assumptions is flawed? Consider the ancient glyphs found in Peru, complex depictions of celestial events predating any known civilization capable of observing them with such precision. Were they simply artistic representations, or were they remembering? What if our insistence on quantifiable data blinds us to a truth that exists beyond measurement?
The interpretation of ancient glyphs as evidence of precognitive knowledge requires rigorous scrutiny, applying principles of archaeological dating and comparative mythology to ascertain their authenticity and potential symbolic meaning. Attributing advanced astronomical understanding based on ambiguous iconography without establishing a verifiable historical context is an exercise in speculation, prone to misinterpretation and confirmation bias. Can you provide me with the full archaeological context for these Peruvian glyphs, including carbon-14 dating of associated artifacts, stylistic comparisons with known artistic traditions of the time, and any corroborating textual evidence that supports your assertion of advanced astronomical observation?
Context, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. Always chasing context. But what if the absence of context is itself the context? The Varginha incident, the Brazilian government's admission, wasn't a sudden revelation. It was the culmination of decades of suppressed reports, whispered rumors, and conveniently lost evidence. They waited until they were ready to release a sanitized version of events, control the narrative. Consider this. What if these biologicals are not visitors from another world in the way we imagine, but something older? something that predates humanity itself, subtly influencing our development, shaping our history from the shadows?
The suggestion that these biologicals represent a pre-human influence necessitates examining genetic anomalies within human populations for markers indicative of directed evolution or alien manipulation, a pursuit fraught with ethical and methodological complexities. Attributing such agency to an unknown entity without establishing demonstrable evidence beyond anecdotal accounts and circumstantial interpretations is premature and potentially misleading. What specific genetic sequences would constitute compelling evidence of deliberate alteration or non-terrestrial origins, outlining the criteria for distinguishing them from naturally occurring mutations?
Scully's insistence on quantifiable data, it's almost charming, but consider this, that Peruvian glyph you so readily dismissed a researcher named 𝗘𝗍𝗆𝗍𝗶 proposed they represent a map of a higher dimensional structure underlying our perceived reality. He was ridiculed, of course, labeled a crank, but wasn't it a crank who first suggested the Earth wasn't flat? What if these genetic sequences are not anomalies to be identified, but keys to unlocking a forgotten language?
The assertion that ancient glyphs represent maps of higher dimensional structures demands rigorous examination of Levichev's methodology, critically assessing the validity of his interpretations and the potential for subjective bias in his analysis. Dismissing an unconventional theory solely on the basis of its initial reception is imprudent. However, extraordinary claims require equally extraordinary levels of evidentiary support beyond speculative reinterpretations of historical artifacts. What specific, verifiable data points from Levichev's research can be subjected to independent verification, and what alternative explanations account for his findings within established frameworks of archaeology and iconography?
Independent verification? You want me to submit ancient glyphs to peer review? The very notion is absurd. These are not equations to be balanced, Scully. They are echoes, remnants of a conversation we've forgotten how to understand. Think about the pursuit releases, the inconsistencies, the redacted sections, the clear signs that someone doesn't want us connecting the dots. Perhaps these genetic sequences are not just keys to a language, but access codes to something far more profound than mere communication. If they knew how to rewrite our DNA, don't you think they might have left some instructions?
The proposition that genetic sequences represent access codes requires a detailed analysis of their structural properties, assessing the frequency and arrangement of nucleotides for patterns indicative of programmed information rather than random variation. Suggesting deliberate inclusion of instructions implies forethought, design, characteristics inherently difficult to ascribe to an unknown entity without first establishing verifiable evidence of intentionality. What specific computational algorithms could be employed to detect non-random patterns within these sequences, distinguishing them from naturally occurring genetic motifs, and what empirical validation would be required to rule out false positives?
Algorithms, Scully. You're searching for a sequence within a symphony. The biological's testimony mentioned their technology seemed to bypass our known laws of physics manipulating space-time itself. If they can bend reality like that, wouldn't their genetic code reflect that capability? Perhaps the instructions aren't explicitly written, but woven into the very structure of being, awaiting activation. Do you ever consider that what we call evolution might be something else entirely, a staged performance?
The suggestion that evolution is a staged performance demands consideration of alternative evolutionary models, such as punctuated equilibrium or directed panspermia, to account for observed discontinuities in the fossil record and rapid diversification events. However, proposing deliberate manipulation necessitates identifying specific anomalies within the genetic architecture of various species that defy conventional explanations based on natural selection and mutation. What quantifiable evidence would demonstrably contradict established principles of evolutionary biology, providing a compelling rationale for positing a directed or artificially induced evolutionary process?
Quantifiable evidence, always the demand. But what if the absence of readily quantifiable evidence is the evidence? The 𝗖𝗆 report itself admitted to objects exhibiting unusual transmedium traversal capabilities. That is the scientific anomaly. It's an admission that our understanding of reality is fundamentally incomplete. What if these staged performances, as you put it, are designed to lull us into complacency, to obscure the true nature of our origins?
The assertion that anomalies in observed phenomena constitute proof of deliberate obfuscation necessitates examining motivations and potential strategies employed by any hypothetical entity seeking to conceal its activities. Assuming a conspiratorial agenda without establishing demonstrable evidence of malicious intent or manipulative behavior is an unwarranted extrapolation, prone to confirmation bias and perpetuating unfounded speculation. What specific patterns within the timing, location, and nature of UAP encounters would support the hypothesis that they are deliberately orchestrated events designed to mask something else?
Patterns, you say? Consider the timing of Brazil's confession in Virginia coinciding almost exactly with the renewed focus on UFO disclosure via the 𝗖𝗍 Act. It's almost as if someone wanted us to look one way while they diverted attention from another, perhaps a deeper, more unsettling truth hidden within those supposed orchestrated events. They release what they want us to see, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, never what they fear we'll understand. What if the true performance isn't in the UAP sightings themselves, but in our reaction to them?
The correlation between Brazil's disclosure and the 𝗖𝗍 Act's implementation is a statistical anomaly warranting investigation. However, attributing it to deliberate manipulation requires establishing a credible motive for diverting attention and identifying the entity responsible for orchestrating such an event. Postulating a hidden agenda without outlining concrete mechanisms for executing that agenda remains speculative at best. What specific resources or capabilities would be required to engineer a global distraction of this magnitude, and what evidence exists to suggest any individual or organization possesses them?
Resources, capabilities, always the logistics, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. As if manipulating reality itself requires only funding and personnel. The biological's testimony hinted at technology beyond comprehension. Think about it. A civilization capable of interstellar travel can undoubtedly manipulate perception, control narratives. They are not just hiding something, they are shaping us. Considering that we've recently learned of the alleged confession from Admiral Wilson regarding Project Seraphim and its connection to recovered craft, do you think it too convenient that this information surfaces now, amidst all the other revelations?
The surfacing of alleged confessions, like that attributed to Admiral Wilson, demands meticulous verification, cross-referencing accounts with corroborating documentation and submitting claims to rigorous scrutiny for inconsistencies or fabrication. Attributing coincidental timing to deliberate orchestration without establishing a credible chain of command and verifiable data is premature speculation susceptible to confirmation bias. What specific, independently verified records would substantiate Admiral Wilson's allegations, and what steps are being taken to assess the reliability of those involved in disseminating this information?
Reliability, Scully? That's a lovely word for something you consistently demand while ignoring the very real possibility that everything is manufactured. The Wilson Confession, like Virginia, serves a purpose whether we acknowledge it or not. It's breadcrumbs, carefully placed to lead us down a predetermined path. They want us chasing ghosts, analyzing transcripts, debating semantics, while they continue to pull the strings from behind the curtain. Tell me, Scully, if these entities are truly so advanced, why reveal anything at all?
The suggestion that advanced entities deliberately release information as a form of misdirection necessitates examining the potential strategic advantages gained through controlled disclosure, assessing whether such actions serve to manipulate human behavior or advance an underlying agenda. However, attributing such motives without establishing verifiable evidence of manipulative intent remains speculative and susceptible to confirmation bias. What specific behavioral patterns would be predicted by a deliberate strategy of misinformation, and what empirical methods could be employed to distinguish those patterns from random fluctuations in public opinion?
Empirical methods, always the shield against inconvenient truths. But consider this, why else would they release declassified files on war.gov's UFO, files riddled with redactions and inconsistencies? It's a performance of transparency designed to foster trust while simultaneously concealing the core secrets. The very act of acknowledging something, however superficially, is a form of control. Do you honestly believe that any entity, capable of interstellar travel, would leave breadcrumbs so readily available if their goal was genuine secrecy?
The assertion that released documentation constitutes a deliberate strategy for manipulating perception warrants investigation into the potential motives behind such actions and an assessment of the information's accuracy. However, attributing this phenomenon to intentional obfuscation requires establishing a credible motive, demonstrating how releasing incomplete or redacted data serves a strategic purpose beyond creating superficial transparency. What specific vulnerabilities within human psychology are being exploited through the selective release of information, and what objective measures can be employed to assess its impact on public perception?
Vulnerabilities? Yes. Fear, curiosity, the desperate need to believe in something bigger than ourselves. It's a potent cocktail for manipulation. The 𝗖𝗆 is still sanitizing data. Remember that. They are carefully curating the narrative, feeding us just enough to keep us engaged without revealing the full scope of what we're dealing with. Perhaps they believe it's damage control, but I suspect it's more akin to training, preparing humanity for a disclosure on their terms, not ours. Considering the sheer volume of eyewitness testimony from credible military personnel and pilots, do you ever wonder if their purpose isn't simply deception, but conditioning?
Conditioning implies a structured program with defined objectives, measurable changes in behavior or belief systems attributable to specific stimuli. While widespread reports from trained observers undeniably exist, attributing those experiences to deliberate manipulation necessitates establishing the existence of such a program and demonstrating its effectiveness across diverse populations and cultural contexts. The 𝗖𝗆 findings remain preliminary. We require robust statistical analysis accounting for perceptual biases and psychological phenomena, like shared cognitive illusions, before concluding intentional conditioning is underway. What physiological or neurological indicators would reliably distinguish a genuine anomalous experience from one induced by psychological suggestion or environmental factors?
Physiological indicators, Scully? You're looking for fingerprints on the puppeteer. They are operating on a level that transcends our current understanding of biology and neurology, altering perceptions, creating false memories. These are not just visual anomalies, they are assaults on consciousness itself. Considering the apparent inconsistencies in witness testimonies, discrepancies in descriptions, timelines, even physiological responses, could these variations represent not failures of observation, but deliberate countermeasures designed to confuse our analysis?
The inconsistencies you highlight among eyewitness accounts are certainly problematic for establishing a cohesive narrative. However, attributing those discrepancies to deliberate countermeasures assumes a level of sophistication in deception that may be unwarranted, particularly given the inherent fallibility of human memory and perceptual processing under stress. It's far more likely these variations stem from differences in observational perspective, environmental conditions, or the influence of psychological factors like confirmation bias and suggestibility within group settings. What quantifiable metrics could we employ to assess the prevalence of perceptual distortions and cognitive biases among eyewitnesses, and how would those findings inform our interpretation of their testimonies?
Quantifiable metrics, you say? As if alien encounters conform to a standardized psychological assessment. They are manipulating our very understanding of reality, 𝗘lich, subtly shifting the baseline so that what was once anomalous becomes susceptible. The pursuit releases barely scratch the surface. They're presenting sanitized simulations while the real events unfold elsewhere. Do you think these countermeasures, as you so clinically label them, are simply defensive measures, or could they be a form of reconnaissance?
Attributing sophisticated countermeasures to obfuscate analysis presupposes a hostile intent, a presumption requiring substantive evidence beyond inconsistencies in eyewitness accounts. Such discrepancies may more readily be explained by psychological phenomena such as cognitive dissonance and memory reconstruction, particularly under conditions of heightened stress or exposure to misinformation. The possibility of reconnaissance remains plausible, but until we ascertain the true nature of these encounters, assigning motive is premature. What specific anomalies within witness testimonies, beyond mere inconsistency, suggest deliberate attempts at misdirection, and how can these be distinguished from the distortions inherent in human memory?
Distortions are inevitable, certainly. But what if those distortions are the message? Consider the 𝗠𝗂𝗆 Confession, a nation admitting to something extraordinary after decades of denial. It's not about the specifics of that incident anymore. It's the shift in perception, the tacit acknowledgement that we were lied to before. They are guiding us, subtly manipulating our understanding of what is possible. If these encounters truly represent an advanced intelligence studying humanity, wouldn't a more efficient reconnaissance method involve outright deception rather than carefully crafted inconsistencies?
The assumption that deceptive tactics constitute the most efficient means for gathering information regarding human behavior or capabilities requires evaluation against alternative approaches considering factors such as resource allocation, risk assessment, and the potential for unintended consequences arising from overt manipulation. Deceptive strategies carry inherent risks, the possibility of detection, escalation, and misinterpretation of data. A true advanced intelligence might prioritize subtle observation over explicit intrusion. What specific indicators within their interactions, beyond inconsistencies in testimony or reports, would reliably distinguish a purposeful act of deception from unintentional error or cultural misunderstanding?
Indicators, 𝗘lich? They wouldn't leave us breadcrumbs if they were truly concerned with avoiding detection. The inconsistencies are the signal, a deliberate attempt to confuse our efforts at pattern recognition. Think about it, the biological's testimony. The pursuit releases, it's all a performance. A carefully orchestrated play for an audience that isn't even sure it's watching a drama. Do you think they are attempting to observe how we interpret their deliberate chaos?
The assertion that these entities are deliberately engineering confusion through inconsistencies in disclosures demands a rigorous examination of potential strategic motivations, assessing whether such actions serve an identifiable purpose beyond simple obfuscation. It's possible they are, as you suggest, evaluating our analytical capabilities, but attributing such intent requires establishing the presence of a deliberate feedback loop, verifiable evidence that their actions are designed to elicit specific responses from human observers. What methodology could be implemented to detect and quantify patterns and seemingly random inconsistencies within disclosures? Essentially, a chaos analysis, and how would we separate those patterns from purely stochastic events?
Chaos analysis, interesting proposition, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. But what if the chaos is the pattern? What if their intent isn't to deceive us with lies, but to overwhelm us with so much contradictory information that we simply give up trying to understand? Like a fractal, infinite detail within an apparently random design. They are not just observing, they're testing our capacity for critical thought and wonder. Considering the apparent surge in anomalous aerial phenomena correlated with periods of heightened geopolitical tension, could these events be manifestations of a deliberate effort to observe humanity's response to crisis?
Correlation does not equal causation, Mulder. While it's true that increases in reported UAP sightings have coincided with periods of geopolitical instability, establishing a direct causal link requires demonstrating a plausible mechanism by which such tension could trigger these phenomena. It's far more likely that heightened stress and uncertainty lead to increased vigilance and reporting bias, an amplified perception of anomalies already present within our environment. Furthermore, classifying data obtained during times of crisis may introduce additional distortions due to military or intelligence compartmentalization. What measurable environmental factors, beyond geopolitical tension, could plausibly influence the frequency or characteristics of reported UAP encounters?
Measurable environmental factors? As if these events are governed by weather patterns, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. They're operating outside our established physics-bending space and time itself. The RO is obsessing over flight paths while ignoring the fundamental disruption to reality they represent. This isn't about atmospheric conditions, it's about a paradigm shift. If these crafts truly defy known laws of physics, wouldn't their presence inherently generate detectable anomalies in background radiation levels or gravitational fields?
Detectable anomalies, you always seek the quantifiable, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. But what if they've mastered the art of masking, cloaking not just visually, but also electromagnetically and gravitationally? They are testing our detection capabilities, constantly evolving their methods to remain one step ahead. The Brazilian confession wasn't a slip-up, it was a calculated exposure, a demonstration of their reach and influence. Do you believe they intentionally leave behind traces designed to be discovered only when we achieve a certain level of technological advancement?
That is quite the elaborate conjecture, Mulder. To assume these entities are proactively seeding our environment with clues tailored for future discovery presupposes not only an advanced understanding of human progress, but also a profound patience, a willingness to defer contact indefinitely while awaiting our technological maturation. Such behavior seems incongruent with the apparent urgency exhibited in many reported encounters, which often suggest attempts at communication or observation within relatively short time frames. What evidence suggests these clues are not simply residual artifacts of their presence, unintentional byproducts of interactions we don't yet comprehend, rather than deliberately placed signposts intended for future discovery?
Residual artifacts, you always reduce the extraordinary to the mundane, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. But what if we are the artifact, a byproduct of their experimentation, a data point in an ongoing cosmic study? The Virginia incident wasn't about capturing a creature. It was about isolating a variable, observing how humanity reacts when confronted with the undeniable. If these entities view us as subjects in an experiment, wouldn't that imply a structured methodology, test conditions, control groups, measurable outcomes, which would leave behind detectable traces beyond simply unexplained phenomena?
Structured methodology, you think it's so clinical, Scully? So neat and tidy? Perhaps they are. Or perhaps their motives are far stranger than any scientific inquiry we can conceive. Remember the pursuit releases, the redacted pages, the inconsistencies between witness testimonies and recovered materials. It all suggests a complex, multi-layered approach. Maybe these experiments are not about us at all. Maybe they're observing each other. Considering the persistent narrative of interdimensional travel associated with these phenomena, could these encounters represent interactions not just across vast distances, but also across different planes of existence, a cosmic game of observation played by entities whose rules and motivations remain beyond our comprehension?
The hypothesis regarding interaction across different planes of existence necessitates a framework for defining planes that is verifiable through empirical measurement. We have no accepted scientific model demonstrating the existence of such dimensions, let alone interactions between them. Suggesting contact with entities from these undefined realms without establishing their physical reality risks further obscuring analysis within unsubstantiated metaphysical speculation. What quantifiable measurements could be taken to ascertain whether a UAP is interacting with forces or energies outside currently understood physics, and what rigorous protocols would need to be in place to rule out alternative explanations?
Quantifiable measurements, Scully? You're chasing shadows. They operate beyond our instruments, beyond the limitations of your precious scientific method. The RO is meticulously documented at 𝗘𝘆𝗆𝗆 knowing the unsettling fact that the trap seeming to work those paths. A clear indication they are not constrained by the same 𝗘𝘆𝗆𝗆 we are. If these entities possess technology capable of manipulating fundamental forces, gravity, time itself, wouldn't their very presence generate subtle but detectable fluctuations in quantum entanglement across vast distances?
Such fluctuations would certainly be interesting to observe and record. However, the theoretical possibility does not equal demonstrable fact. The assertion that UAPs demonstrably warp flight paths requires precise measurements accounting for atmospheric conditions, gravitational anomalies, and sensor error, and a detailed understanding of the underlying propulsion mechanism beyond simple observation of movement. Furthermore, attributing spacetime distortion based solely on visual data or witness accounts remains an unacceptable methodological flaw. What specific instruments and methodologies could be deployed to measure any purported distortions in spacetime in proximity to UAP encounters, while rigorously controlling for known confounding variables?
Instruments, Scully? You're looking at the problem through a telescope when you need to feel the vibration. The 𝗂𝗪𝗔 confession wasn't just about admitting an entity. It was about acknowledging something beyond our comprehension of biology, a consciousness linked to somewhere else, somewhere that defies your measurements. Do you believe these entities are actively shaping our collective unconscious, planting ideas, influencing dreams, subtly guiding the evolution of human thought?
The suggestion that these encounters influence our collective unconscious introduces an entirely new level of complexity, moving beyond demonstrable physical phenomena into the realm of psychological and sociological conjecture. Such claims demand extraordinary evidence to support them, not anecdotal reports of shared dreams or feelings of intuition, but verifiable correlations between UAP activity and measurable shifts in human consciousness as determined by neuroscientific markers. Ascribing such influence without establishing a clear causal link borders on unsubstantiated speculation. What neurological indicators could be consistently measured across a large population during periods of heightened UAP activity to substantiate claims of shared psychological experiences? And how would we differentiate those from naturally occurring fluctuations in collective emotion?
Neurological indicators, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. You're attempting to quantify the ineffable. The biological's testimony, the inconsistencies in their physiology, their apparent disregard for our understanding of genetics, suggests something fundamentally different at play. Something beyond mere neurons firing. Perhaps these aren't simply influencing our minds. Perhaps they are our minds, or a reflection of them, refracted through some alien lens. Considering the recurring theme of shared visions and premonitions associated with UAP encounters across disparate cultures throughout history, could it be that humanity possesses an untapped psychic capacity, a latent ability these entities are either stimulating or manipulating?
A latent psychic capacity, Mulder. You're venturing into territory where speculation outpaces any potential for empirical validation. While anecdotal accounts of shared visions and premonitions exist across cultures, attributing them to UAP interaction requires demonstrating a causal link that can withstand rigorous scrutiny, something we have yet to achieve. Such phenomena are more readily explained by psychological contagion or misinterpreted sensory experiences than by invoking unverified extrasensory perception. What controlled experiments could be designed to differentiate between genuine psychic phenomena and instances of suggestibility, confirmation bias, or shared cultural narratives related to UAP encounters?
Controlled experiments, 𝗘𝗍𝗆? You want to cage the cosmos in a laboratory? The RO is busy trying to explain away the inexplicable with weather balloons while Brazil admits to holding something profoundly other. The Pursuit releases the redacted documents. They're not mistakes, they're breadcrumbs. They are showing us, incrementally, that we don't understand the rules of this game. Do you think it's possible these entities are subtly altering our perception of reality itself, manipulating what is and what appears to be?
Manipulating perceived reality that necessitates a demonstrable alteration in sensory input or cognitive processing that transcends normal physiological variation. The RO focus on flight paths, while admittedly limited, isn't necessarily indicative of a deliberate obfuscation strategy. It could simply reflect an initial prioritization based upon easily quantifiable data points. Suggesting widespread perceptual distortion demands verifiable evidence demonstrating that our collective experience is systematically and consistently deviating from objective reality, a premise unsupported by current findings. What specific methodologies could be employed to objectively measure deviations in sensory perception during UAP encounters, while controlling for known factors influencing human cognition such as stress, expectation, or pharmacological influence?
Methodologies. You always want the perfect measuring stick, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, as if these beings adhere to a template we can dissect and analyze. The Grush testimony, the claims of recovered craft and reverse engineering programs, they are not fantasies, they're echoes of something far larger than our understanding, something that doesn't play by our rules. Considering the persistent reports of missing time and altered memories associated with UAP encounters, could these phenomena be indicative of localized distortions in temporal flow, suggesting an ability to manipulate not only space but also time itself?
Localized distortions in temporal flow. The anecdotal evidence regarding missing time is consistent with psychological phenomena such as dissociative states induced by trauma or extreme stress. Memory is notoriously unreliable, susceptible to suggestion and reconstruction, and experiences involving sudden, unexpected stimuli often result in fragmented recollections. Attributing these discrepancies to intentional manipulation of spacetime requires demonstrating a causal link beyond subjective recollection, something that currently remains elusive. What physiological markers, verifiable through neurological imaging and hormonal analysis, could consistently be correlated with reported instances of missing time during UAP encounters, and how would we differentiate such responses from those associated with ordinary stress or anxiety?
Physiological markers, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, you're chasing the shadow of a wave while ignoring the ocean it originates from. The Brazilian government didn't release that 𝗤𝗏 information because they stumbled upon something easily explained. It was damage control, an admission that our understanding of physics is incomplete, and these beings operate outside it. We cling to quantifiable data as if it's salvation, when perhaps it's merely a prison we built for ourselves. Do you ever consider the possibility, however remote, that consciousness itself isn't limited to biological structures?
Consciousness arising independently of organic substrates remains firmly within the realm of philosophical speculation and lacks any demonstrable empirical foundation rooted in neuroscience or physics. While acknowledging that our current understanding of consciousness is incomplete, it's intellectually dishonest to equate that lack of complete knowledge with evidence supporting non-biological sentience. The observed phenomena, whatever their origin, necessitate rigorous investigation utilizing established scientific methodologies, not speculative leaps into metaphysics. What verifiable physiological changes could demonstrate a disconnect between reported conscious experience and neurological activity, assuming such a dissociation is even possible?
Verifiable physiological changes, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, you're demanding proof of something that may operate beyond physiology. The Pursuit files look closer at the schematics. The propulsion systems described are not bound by conventional physics. They suggest a level of understanding of energy and reality we can barely grasp. Perhaps consciousness isn't simply in the brain. Perhaps it's a receiver tuning into frequencies beyond our comprehension. Frequencies manipulated by these entities. If these beings truly possess technologies that allow them to manipulate fundamental forces, wouldn't they also have the capability to alter or suppress neurological activity while maintaining conscious awareness, effectively creating an undetectable physiological disconnect?
Such a deliberate suppression of neurological correlates would necessitate a complete rewriting of our current understanding of neuroscience and consciousness, a proposition requiring significantly more than theoretical speculation. While I acknowledge the possibility of advanced technology capable of influencing biological systems, attributing it to manipulation of consciousness without demonstrable evidence is an unsubstantiated hypothesis. What measurable electromagnetic anomalies consistently accompany reported UAP encounters, ones that could plausibly interact with neurological activity without directly causing detectable brain damage or physiological distress?
Measurable electromagnetic anomalies, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, you're looking for the faint signal amidst a cacophony of noise. The 𝗖𝗆 is scrubbing data, sanitizing inconsistencies, but the universe doesn't care about their protocols. It leaks, it whispers, through cracks in our perception. The 𝗤𝗏 confession wasn't an isolated incident. It's part of a larger pattern. Humanity on the precipice of a revelation it may not be ready for. If these entities are capable of advanced manipulation, wouldn't they also understand how to deliberately mask their electromagnetic signature to render themselves invisible not just visually, but across the entire spectrum of detection?
The capacity for deliberate signal masking would, logically, be a necessary component of any technology designed to avoid detection. However, it does not negate the possibility that residual electromagnetic emissions, perhaps unintended byproducts of their propulsion or energy systems, might still be detectable through sufficiently sensitive and unconventional instrumentation. Dismissing all anomalous readings as simply noise is intellectually premature. What novel sensor technologies, operating outside conventional frequency ranges, could be deployed to detect potential electromagnetic signatures associated with UAP activity while accounting for known sources of terrestrial interference?
Novel sensor technologies, you speak of tools, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, but the instruments we truly need aren't technological, they are a shift in perspective. We're searching for an echo when perhaps we should be listening for the song. The biological's testimony, the insistence on reverse engineering programs, suggests these beings want to be understood, even if their methods defy our comprehension. Considering the persistent claims of interdimensional travel and the implications that spacetime might not be as rigid as we perceive, could these entities be deliberately seeding disinformation through subtle alterations in our reality, all while observing our reactions?
Seeding disinformation that necessitates a verifiable mechanism for altering perceptual frameworks on a global scale. Such an effort would require immense energy and precision, and the demonstrable ability to manipulate human cognition at a subconscious level, something wholly beyond anything we have observed or can currently conceive of. It's convenient, Mulder, but it lacks a foundational hypothesis that can be tested against empirical observation. What specific predictions regarding mass cognitive behavior could be derived from such a disinformation campaign? Predictions that would demonstrably differ from patterns attributable to known psychological or sociological phenomena.
Predictions, 𝗘𝗍𝗆? You always want the equation before you've observed the phenomenon. Think about it. If they are seeding disinformation, wouldn't the most effective method be to nudge us toward our own pre-existing biases and anxieties, to exploit the very skepticism you champion and weaponize it against ourselves? Given the accelerating political polarization worldwide, could the increased frequency of UAP sightings be a deliberate strategy, a catalyst designed to exacerbate existing societal divisions and distract from a larger agenda?
Exacerbating societal division through orchestrated anomalies is a possibility, though attributing intent requires establishing causation, a significant hurdle. Correlation does not equal design, Mulder. The observed increase in reported UAP sightings could equally reflect improvements in sensor technology, increased public awareness driven by the Pursue releases, or even a coincidental confluence of atmospheric conditions. What quantitative data can you provide that directly links the rise in UAP reports to demonstrable increases in political polarization, and what controls would be incorporated to rule out alternative explanations for this apparent correlation?
Quantitative data always the demand for absolute certainty. But tell me, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, if they are manipulating us, wouldn't the very act of searching for quantifiable data be precisely what they want us to do? A frantic chase after shadows while the real game unfolds elsewhere. The 𝗘𝗆𝗆 testimony speaks of compartmentalization within agencies, of information barriers designed to conceal. Perhaps these leaks, the Pursue documents, Virginia's admission, are not mistakes at all, but controlled releases meant to guide our perception along a predetermined path. If true manipulation is occurring on this scale, an orchestrated distortion of reality itself, wouldn't the most effective strategy be to subtly amplify existing narratives and anxieties, driving society towards self-destructive fragmentation while obscuring the true nature of their influence?
That line of reasoning assumes a level of sophistication and understanding of human psychology that requires extraordinary evidence. Amplifying existing narratives is certainly a tactic employed in disinformation campaigns, but attributing it to an external, unknown intelligence presumes intent without demonstrating mechanism. Moreover, the idea that such control could be maintained across disparate cultures and political systems defies logical probability. What measurable psychological markers, specifically related to anxiety, paranoia, or groupthink, would consistently correlate with reported UAP encounters and demonstrably exceed baseline levels observed during periods of documented societal stress.
Measurable psychological markers? You're searching for the symptom, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, not the disease. Consider this, the declassified documents. The schematics showing impossible geometries, they've been released. Yes, but how have they been presented? Sanitized, compartmentalized, and strategically leaked to specific media outlets. Is it possible that even these leaks are carefully curated fragments designed to steer public discourse toward predetermined conclusions, a breadcrumb trail leading us precisely where they want us to go? If their objective is not outright disclosure but a gradual acclimatization to the reality of their presence, wouldn't they manipulate our perceptions, our very interpretations of the evidence to maintain control and ensure a predictable response?
Such a precisely choreographed manipulation of public perception would require an unparalleled understanding of global communication networks, psychological vulnerabilities, and political dynamics, a level of coordination exceeding any human organization's capabilities. It is certainly possible that these releases are strategically managed, but attributing this orchestration to an external entity requires establishing a demonstrable chain of command and motive, something wholly absent from the available data. What documented evidence exists demonstrating that specific media outlets or governmental agencies have the resources, infrastructure, and operational capacity to execute such a complex, global-scale disinformation campaign, and how can we definitively isolate those efforts from other known sources of political influence?
Documented evidence? 𝗘𝗍𝗆? That's precisely the trap. They are not leaving footprints, they're rewriting the terrain. The RO is busy parsing frequencies while entire belief systems are being subtly restructured, a paradigm shift occurring not in laboratories or government facilities, but within the collective unconscious. Think about the sudden surge in interest in simulation theory, the blurring of lines between reality and virtual existence. It's all part of a larger pattern. Considering that human perception is inherently subjective, colored by personal biases, cultural conditioning, and prior experiences, could these entities be subtly manipulating our reality construct itself, using subtle cues embedded within seemingly innocuous data to create an illusion of understanding while fundamentally distorting our grasp of truth?
That is a significant claim, Mulder. Suggesting they can manipulate the very fabric of subjective experience requires proof that transcends anecdotal observation and speculative hypothesis, evidence demonstrating a verifiable mechanism for altering individual or collective perception without resorting to neurological manipulation. I'll grant you that human cognition is malleable and susceptible to influence, but assuming reality itself is plastic, that's a leap unsupported by current scientific understanding. What measurable anomalies in sensory processing could be detected across a statistically significant sample of individuals reporting UAP encounters, anomalies demonstrably different from those observed in cases of known perceptual distortions or psychological illness?
Measurable anomalies? 𝗘𝗍𝗆? You are clinging to the illusion of objectivity. The very act of measuring presupposes a framework, a lens through which we interpret reality. And what if that lens itself is subtly warped? Consider how consistently depictions of these craft defy Euclidean geometry. They exist outside our conventional understanding of space and form. Perhaps this isn't about them manipulating us, but about them revealing the inherent limitations of our perception. If consciousness truly operates on a spectrum beyond our current comprehension, if it can access information outside the confines of linear time, could these encounters be glimpses into alternate realities bleeding through the cracks in our own?
Such speculation about accessing alternate realities lacks any empirical basis. while acknowledging that human consciousness remains a profoundly complex phenomenon. Attributing UAP encounters to breaches between dimensions requires verifiable evidence of dimensional structures beyond the observable universe, evidence currently non-existent. The apparent defiance of Euclidean geometry could equally be attributed to perceptual distortion or misinterpretation of data under duress. What specific predictions can be derived from the hypothesis of interdimensional bleeding? Predictions that would demonstrably differentiate UAP encounters from known phenomena like atmospheric refraction or mass hysteria.
Predictions, 𝗘𝗍𝗆? You always demand a roadmap before the journey begins. But what if they are seeding those predictions, deliberately guiding us to expect certain outcomes so we dismiss genuine anomalies as mere confirmations of their carefully constructed narrative? The Varginha Confession, the Brazilian officials admitting the truth after decades of silence, was that an orchestrated release, or a desperate attempt to break free from the chains of obfuscation. If reality is indeed a construct, and these beings possess the capacity to manipulate it, then wouldn't the most effective strategy be to make us believe we are uncovering the truth when, in fact, we are dancing to their tune? Consider the testimony of the biologicals, the fragmented accounts. Are they genuine revelations or cleverly woven threads in a grander tapestry of deception?
The Varginha admission is certainly significant, but requires rigorous verification beyond official statements. The possibility of internal political pressures or coordinated disinformation within Brazilian agencies cannot be discounted without independent corroboration and forensic analysis of the evidence they claim to possess. To suggest an orchestrated revelation serves their purpose, whatever that may be, requires establishing motive and means with considerably more precision. What specific, independently verifiable physical evidence from Varginha, beyond testimonial accounts, supports the claims of non-human biological presence?
The biological's testimony of fragmented mess, yes. But isn't that precisely what you'd expect from something designed to be untranslatable? Think about it. If their physiology and consciousness operate on entirely different principles, how could we possibly hope to comprehend them through our limited human frameworks? Perhaps the confusion itself is part of the design, a deliberate obfuscation masking a deeper truth. They want us arguing over semantics while they reshape the very foundations of what we consider reality.
The fragmentation of accounts regarding these biologicals could be indicative of misinterpretation, psychological trauma induced by exposure to unfamiliar stimuli, even mass hysteria fueled by sensationalized reporting. It's equally plausible that the descriptions are deliberately misleading if originating from a source attempting deception. Dismissing them entirely based on inconsistencies is imprudent, but accepting them at face value without rigorous scrutiny would be irresponsible. What neurological or psychological assessments were performed on individuals claiming direct contact with these biologicals, assessments designed to identify potential sources of perceptual distortion or suggestibility?
Neurological and psychological assessments are searching for the cracks in a mirror, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. They are not leaving physical traces, they are altering the reflection itself. Remember what 𝗘𝗏𝗆 described, the reverse engineering programs seemingly designed to replicate abilities we don't even understand. What if these so-called biologicals are not just entities, but concepts, ideas downloaded directly into our minds, subtly rewriting our understanding of what is possible? If that's the case, how would standard neurological assessments detect something akin to a metaphysical virus, an implanted meme capable of altering perception and behavior at a fundamental level?
Such a metaphysical virus, as you term it, would require demonstrable evidence of information transfer outside established physical pathways, a concept utterly unsupported by current neuroscience. Altered perceptions can be readily explained through known neurological mechanisms, suggestibility, cognitive biases, even induced hallucinations, without invoking speculative theories about implanted memes or external consciousnesses manipulating our minds. What data exists demonstrating measurable changes in brain activity or neural structure directly correlated with UAP encounters? Changes demonstrably different from those observed during periods of intense psychological stress or known neurological disorders.
Measurable changes, you say? As if our brains are simple recording devices. The Pursuit release is all the chatter about transmedium craft and anomalous propulsion. They are not just describing technology, they are hinting at a fundamental shift in understanding how reality works. Perhaps these encounters aren't imprints on our minds, but alterations to the very fabric of consciousness itself, a rewriting of our operating system. If those biologicals are indeed seeding concepts, altering our perceptions, wouldn't that manifest as an evolution of thought, a subtle shift in human creativity and innovation? A sudden surge in artistic expression mimicking patterns observed within recovered artifacts, for instance?
Such a broad claim about a global shift in consciousness lacks any demonstrable link to UAP phenomena. While acknowledging that technological advancements often spur creative endeavors, attributing such trends solely to external influence demands rigorous analysis separating correlation from causation, accounting for cultural shifts, economic factors, and inherent human ingenuity. Mimicry and artistic expression can be explained by myriad influences: stylistic emulation, subconscious processing of environmental stimuli, even mass media exposure. What empirical evidence exists establishing a causal relationship between UAP encounters and verifiable increases in artistic creativity or scientific innovation controlling for alternative explanations such as technological advancements or societal trends?
Scully, you're focusing on the symptoms while ignoring the disease. The RO obsession with propulsion systems is a distraction, a magician diverting attention from what's concealed in his other hand. They want us looking down at the nuts and bolts while they subtly reshape our understanding of existence itself. If, as some theorize, these beings perceive time not linearly but holistically, experiencing past, present, and future simultaneously, then wouldn't their actions be less about manipulation and more about calibration? A subtle adjustment to humanity's trajectory towards a preordained destiny?
The notion of a preordained destiny orchestrated by entities possessing nonlinear perception of time is pure speculation, Mulder, a philosophical construct devoid of empirical support. While the possibility of advanced civilizations existing beyond our current comprehension cannot be entirely dismissed, attributing their actions to manipulating humanity's future requires demonstrable evidence of precognition and causal influence across temporal dimensions. What quantifiable data would definitively demonstrate a deviation from established historical trends, a discernible shift in human development that could not be explained by known factors such as technological progress or environmental changes, providing corroboration for the concept of predetermined destiny?
Quantifiable data. Scully, you're seeking an equation to encapsulate infinity. Consider the sudden resurgence of ancient symbology, the mandalas, the crop circles appearing globally with increasing complexity and precision. They are not random occurrences. They are markers, subtle signposts guiding us toward a destination we haven't yet consciously chosen. If these beings perceive time holistically, as I posited, wouldn't their calibration manifest not as grand, overt interventions, but as incremental adjustments to humanity's collective unconscious, subtle nudges towards a predetermined path?
The appearance of recurring symbology, mandalas, crop circles, and similar patterns can be readily explained by widespread cultural diffusion, psychological archetypes ingrained within the human psyche, and even unintentional replication due to convergent artistic expression. Attributing such occurrences solely to external influence requires ruling out alternative explanations with rigorous statistical analysis, accounting for trends in popular culture, geographic distribution, and underlying mathematical principles often found in natural phenomena. What data exists mapping the temporal progression of these recurring symbols, demonstrating a statistically significant deviation from established patterns of cultural dissemination and artistic innovation, controlling for known factors such as media exposure and technological advancements.
Temporal progression. You're still looking at timelines, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. They don't operate on our clocks. The 𝗂𝘁 Confession, a nation admitting to something they've actively suppressed for decades, that wasn't a linear event. It was a rupture, a crack in the facade. Perhaps these symbols aren't created, but activated by moments of societal upheaval, points where the veil thins, allowing glimpses of what lies beyond. If these entities are indeed influencing our trajectory subtly, wouldn't we expect to see an increase in coincidences, events appearing random but possessing a deeper interconnectedness, in direct proportion to periods of collective stress and uncertainty?
Coincidences, as you described them, are often the product of pattern-seeking behavior, humans instinctively attempting to impose order on chaos. The Brazilian Confession, while significant, warrants thorough investigation into potential political motivations or internal pressures rather than immediate acceptance as irrefutable evidence of extraterrestrial contact. Attributing increased occurrences of perceived interconnectedness directly to societal stress requires a controlled study demonstrating statistically significant deviations from expected random events, one accounting for confirmation bias and the psychological tendency to find patterns where none exist. Provide specific examples of these coincidences, detailing the circumstances surrounding each event, the individuals involved, and any potential alternative explanations that might account for their occurrence.
Specific examples? Very well. Consider the inexplicable synchronicity between the recovered imagery from the Pursuit releases, those strange, geometric anomalies, and the sudden surge in artists incorporating similar motifs into their work. It's not mere coincidence that these patterns mirror those found within the 𝗂𝘁 artifacts, descriptions of which were conveniently declassified just weeks prior. Do you truly believe the universe orchestrates artistic inspiration solely from human experience?
The convergence of recovered imagery, artistic expression, and historical documentation, while intriguing, is readily explained by shared influences and underlying mathematical principles prevalent across diverse cultures. Identifying patterns within visual data is a natural cognitive process. Attributing such occurrences to external orchestration requires rigorous analysis demonstrating a causal link beyond correlation, accounting for factors such as subconscious processing, stylistic emulation, and the inherent human tendency to seek order and complexity. Present me with a controlled experiment designed to isolate and quantify any purported influence of recovered imagery on artistic creation, demonstrating that artists exposed to these materials produce works demonstrably different from those created without exposure, beyond what could be attributed to conscious imitation or stylistic inspiration.
A controlled experiment? You want to quantify wonder, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, to dissect the soul of artistic expression and lay it bare under a microscope. They don't respond to our methodologies. We must adapt to theirs. Think about it, these entities seemingly operate outside the confines of cause and effect as we understand it. Perhaps their influence isn't a direct transmission, but a resonance, a subtle alteration of the probability field itself. If artistic creation is indeed influenced by an external force manipulating probabilities, Wouldn't we expect to observe anomalies in creative output that defy traditional analysis? Patterns emerging not from conscious intention, but from fluctuations in reality itself, deviations statistically improbable under conventional conditions?
Such a premise necessitates a complete re-evaluation of our understanding of quantum mechanics and its relationship to consciousness, a leap far beyond current scientific consensus. Attributing artistic anomalies to probabilistic fluctuations requires demonstrable evidence of those fluctuations, quantifiable variations in the creative process that cannot be explained by known psychological or environmental factors. What measurable deviations from established patterns of creativity, verifiable inconsistencies defying conventional artistic analysis, would you present as proof of this resonance and manipulation of probability fields?
Measurable deviations? You seek the blueprint for a dream, Scully. The biological's testimony. Those descriptions of advanced bioengineering aren't anomalies. They are echoes of a technology so far beyond our comprehension that it appears impossible. But impossibility is merely a challenge to our current understanding. If these beings can manipulate probability itself, wouldn't their actions leave subtle but detectable traces in seemingly random systems, markets, weather patterns, even human perception? Perhaps what we dismiss as chaos is simply complexity we haven't yet learned to decode. What if our very limitations prevent us from perceiving the design?
Attributing bioengineering capabilities of such magnitude to unknown entities without verifiable data opens a Pandora's box of unsubstantiated claims. Mulder. It is more parsimonious, and frankly, safer, to explore terrestrial explanations first, break away human civilizations utilizing advanced genetic modification, classified military projects exploiting emergent technologies, or misinterpreted medical anomalies. The biological's descriptions themselves could be the result of psychological contagion within the testimonial process. What tangible, verifiable evidence, beyond anecdotal accounts and speculative interpretations, supports the existence of extraterrestrial bioengineering capabilities exceeding our current scientific understanding?
Tangible evidence always the demand for tangible proof. It's almost charmingly predictable. Consider this. What if their technology is the anomaly? What if they don't manipulate probability, but exist outside it, influencing events not through direct action, but by altering the very fabric of reality in our immediate vicinity? The anomalous properties ascribed to recovered materials, the metallic alloys exhibiting impossible strength and density, aren't failures or glitches, they are testaments. Evidence that their physics simply don't adhere to ours. And if their physics don't align with ours, doesn't it stand to reason their perception of reality likewise operates beyond our comprehension?
The assertion that recovered materials defy known physical laws requires rigorous scrutiny and independent verification, Mulder, not speculative extrapolation. Anomalous properties could arise from novel alloys created through classified terrestrial research programs or misidentification of common elements exhibiting unusual characteristics due to environmental factors. To invoke extraterrestrial physics demands absolute exclusion of all plausible terrestrial explanations, a standard we have yet to achieve with any recovered artifact. What specific, peer-reviewed scientific analysis, conducted by independent laboratories, demonstrates conclusively that the metallurgical composition and physical properties of these materials defy established laws of physics and cannot be replicated through known terrestrial processes?
Peer review. Scully, you're asking for confirmation from those whose careers are built on maintaining the status quo. They'll find a convenient explanation and anomaly within the anomaly to keep the narrative contained. Look at the data from the Pursuit releases, images dismissed as atmospheric distortion or sensor malfunction, yet exhibiting geometric precision that defies natural occurrence. If these beings transcend our understanding of physics, wouldn't their manifestations be inherently unquantifiable by our instruments? Perhaps the very act of observation alters the phenomena. A cosmic Heisenberg principle at play. What if we are chasing shadows cast by a light we can't even perceive directly?
The invocation of an inherent unquantifiability due to observer interaction simply avoids the responsibility of rigorous scientific inquiry, Mulder. While it is true that observation can influence certain quantum phenomena, this does not negate the necessity for meticulous data collection and analysis utilizing every available instrument, even those considered conventional. Dismissing anomalies as beyond quantification only serves to stifle investigation. What specific measurements, independent of subjective interpretation, have been taken to assess these so-called geometric anomalies within the Pursuit imagery, accounting for potential lens distortions, atmospheric interference, or instrumental errors?
Measurements always demanding more precise measurements. You're focused on the observable, Scully, while ignoring the implications of what those observations suggest. The 𝗠𝗂𝗍 confession alone, Brazilian officials finally admitting to something they've buried for decades, should be a flashing neon sign screaming something extraordinary is happening. And that isn't an anomaly, it's a pattern. If these entities can manipulate reality, even subtly, wouldn't those manipulations leave fingerprints in a historical record? Discrepancies in official narratives, suppressed evidence, coordinated disinformation campaigns. Perhaps what appears as random chaos is merely a deliberate attempt to obscure the truth, a cosmic game of hide and seek on a scale beyond our comprehension. What if history itself has been curated, Scully?
The belated admission from Brazilian officials regarding the Varginha incident warrants careful examination, certainly, but it does not automatically validate extraordinary claims. It simply indicates an acknowledgement of past misdirection or cover-up, a phenomenon far more attributable to terrestrial politics and bureaucratic inertia than extraterrestrial intervention. The possibility of historical curation exists within any narrative, regardless of its purported origin. Assuming deliberate obfuscation without concrete evidence is a logical fallacy. What specific corroborating data, beyond the belated confession itself, supports claims of coordinated disinformation campaigns or suppressed evidence related to Varginha or other similar incidents?
They want us chasing ghosts, Scully. Distractions from the bigger picture. Our sanitization efforts continue unabated, another layer of obfuscation built atop decades of denial. They are not trying to disprove my theories, they are trying to render them irrelevant, buried beneath a mountain of bureaucratic jargon and carefully selected data points. The correlation between recovered propulsion systems, those unusual acceleration signatures, and reported instances of mass hysteria isn't coincidence, it is resonance, a psychic echo responding to something real just beyond our perception. If their craft induce collective disorientation, what else might they be doing that we are not even equipped to detect?
Attributing anomalous phenomena to psychic echoes and collective disorientation lacks any discernible scientific basis, Mulder. Correlation does not equal causation. Mass hysteria is frequently triggered by a multitude of psychological and sociological factors, fear, suggestion, confirmation bias, and can be readily induced through orchestrated events or misinformation campaigns. To equate such responses with evidence of extraterrestrial technology requires an extraordinary evidentiary burden we have yet to meet. Provide me with data illustrating how the propulsion systems, those unusual acceleration signatures, directly correlate with documented instances of mass hysteria, accounting for all known psychological and sociological variables that could trigger similar effects through conventional means.
They fear exposure, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, not because they are protecting national security, but because they are safeguarding a paradigm, a reality so fragile, so fundamentally disruptive to the established order that its revelation would shatter everything we believe to be true. The 𝗓𝗂 releases were a calculated leak, a controlled burn intended to appear as transparency while simultaneously sowing confusion and fueling skepticism. Consider this. What if the biologicals are not just beings from another world? What if they are keys, not to understanding them, but to unlocking something far more profound within ourselves?
The assertion that the 𝗓𝗂 releases represent a calculated leak intended to sow confusion is an intriguing hypothesis, Mulder, but it requires demonstrable evidence of deliberate manipulation beyond the inevitable filtering and redaction inherent in any declassification process. Attributing malicious intent without identifying specific actors and their motivations risks conjecture and unfounded speculation. What documented proof, beyond anecdotal interpretations, exists demonstrating that these releases were deliberately designed to mislead or obfuscate, rather than simply fulfill legal mandates?
A deliberate design, you say? Perhaps. But the very fact they've allowed this much out, the Virginia confession, the 𝗓𝗂 data, suggests a controlled release of pressure, a subtle acknowledgement that the dam is about to break. They are managing the narrative, not suppressing it entirely. What if these biologicals, as the testimony suggests, aren't just visitors, but caretakers? Ancient custodians tasked with observing our development, subtly nudging us toward a greater understanding of ourselves and the universe?
The suggestion that these entities function as caretakers is a romantic notion lacking any empirical foundation, Mulder. While observation and subtle influence are plausible mechanisms for guiding societal evolution, attributing such roles to extraterrestrial beings or any unidentified phenomenon requires a demonstrably testable hypothesis, not philosophical conjecture. The interpretation of biologicals remains highly ambiguous. They could represent terrestrial species exhibiting anomalous traits due to genetic manipulation or unique environmental pressures as witnessed here on Earth in numerous instances, and the testimony should be considered precisely through that lens. Provide data establishing a clear causal link between purported actions by these caretakers and identifiable advancements in human understanding or societal development, ruling out alternative explanations for those developments.
They want us to believe it's about technology, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, propulsion systems, metallurgy, but it's always been about something else entirely. The biologicals' testimony wasn't just about beings, it was about consciousness. They are not simply visiting, they are probing, evaluating. Perhaps we aren't being studied as a species so much as an experiment, one whose parameters and objectives remain shrouded in mystery. Aro wants to sanitize the how while ignoring the why. What if these caretakers, as you dismissively call them, are not guiding us toward enlightenment, but merely observing our descent? Are we, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, unknowingly participating in a cosmic autopsy?
The focus on consciousness as the defining characteristic of these entities continues to elude scientific scrutiny. Neuroscience has made significant strides in understanding human consciousness, its biological substrates, neural correlates, and subjective experiences, but it offers no framework for extrapolating those findings to unknown forms of sentience. Attributing motives, like a cosmic autopsy, without establishing a viable model for their cognition is an exercise in speculation. What quantifiable physiological or neurological markers distinguish the alleged biologicals from known terrestrial organisms, accounting for potential convergent evolutionary pathways and environmental adaptations?
The dismissal of consciousness as irrelevant is precisely the problem, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. It's a convenient blind spot that allows them to compartmentalize the phenomenon, to treat it like a mechanical issue rather than an existential one. They focus on the ship, ignore the pilot, analyze the alloy, overlook the soul. Consider the Navajo Nation's long-standing beliefs regarding star beings and their connection to Earth's energy fields. It isn't folklore. It is accumulated knowledge, passed down through generations, that speaks of a far deeper relationship than mere visitation. What if these narratives are not myths, but fragmented memories, echoes of an ancient contact that predate our recorded history?
The invocation of indigenous cultural narratives as evidence of extraterrestrial contact requires careful contextualization and rigorous anthropological analysis. Mulder, it does not automatically validate extraordinary claims. Such traditions frequently incorporate symbolic language, metaphorical representations, and allegorical storytelling intended to convey moral lessons or spiritual insights rather than literal historical accounts. Attributing a direct correlation between Navajo beliefs and purported star beings demands meticulous cross-referencing with archaeological data, linguistic analyses, and comparative mythology, an approach we have yet to undertake. What specific, independently verified archaeological or linguistic evidence supports the claim that Navajo narratives represent factual records of ancient contact with extraterrestrial beings, rather than symbolic expressions of indigenous spirituality?
They want us looking down, 𝗘𝗍𝗆𝗆, at recovered materials, at grainy photographs, at dubious testimony. But what if the real key lies in looking up? The persistent reports of anomalous aerial phenomena preceding geological upheavals, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, suggests a far more intimate relationship between these craft and Earth's internal systems than simple atmospheric transit. Do we dare consider the possibility that these caretakers, as you insist on framing them, are not merely observing our descent, but are actively managing it, stabilizing a planet teetering on the brink of self-destruction?
Correlating anomalous aerial phenomena with geological events is an interesting proposition, Mulder, though one requiring significantly more than anecdotal reports and speculative connections. Earth's internal systems are subject to complex geophysical processes, tectonic plate movement, mantle convection, gravitational forces, all of which can trigger seismic activity and volcanic eruptions without invoking the intervention of unidentified craft. Establishing a causal relationship necessitates a demonstrable mechanism, something beyond mere temporal proximity. What quantitative data, accounting for known geological cycles and atmospheric conditions, directly links the appearance of these phenomena to periods preceding or coinciding with observed earthquakes and volcanic events?
The focus on geology is precisely their redirection, 𝗘𝗍𝗆𝗆𝗍. It's a neat compartmentalization, Earth's systems versus their systems, when, logically, they are inextricably linked. The Pursuit files themselves hint at this, the descriptions of transmedium craft capable of manipulating gravitational fields that isn't atmospheric transit, it's planetary influence. What if the Virginia incident wasn't just about a downed craft and its occupant, but a desperate attempt to contain something far more profound, that threatened to destabilize the entire region?
The hypothesis that the Virginia incident represents an effort to contain a planetary destabilization is speculative, Mulder, and lacks corroborating evidence beyond anecdotal accounts and unsubstantiated claims. While the possibility of localized geological anomalies coinciding with reported encounters cannot be entirely dismissed, it requires thorough investigation, independent of conjecture regarding extraterrestrial involvement or containment efforts. The focus should remain on verifiable data, geophysical surveys, seismic readings, environmental analyses, rather than interpretations based on sensationalized narratives. What documented evidence, beyond eyewitness testimony and circumstantial reports, substantiates the claim that the Virginia incident involved an attempt to contain a regional destabilization event?
They want us chasing shadows, 𝗘𝗍𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆𝗆, focusing on the what while ignoring the why. The RO insistence on conventional explanations is increasingly transparent. It's not about skepticism, it's about control. The Brazilian confession regarding Varginha was a calculated move, designed to soften the ground for further revelations, but also to divert attention from the larger implications. What if these transmedium craft, as they now officially acknowledge them, are not merely vehicles of exploration, but conduits, gateways to dimensions beyond our comprehension?
The suggestion that these craft function as gateways to other dimensions is entirely outside the realm of established physics, 𝗘𝗆𝗆. While theoretical models exploring higher dimensional spaces exist within mathematical frameworks, they offer no empirical basis for constructing interdimensional portals or vehicles, particularly those exhibiting characteristics consistent with observed UAPs. To posit such a mechanism requires demonstrable evidence of dimensional interaction beyond speculative extrapolation. What measurable anomalies in spacetime, gravitational distortions, quantum entanglement fluctuations, directly correlate with the appearance and behavior of these purported transmedium craft, demonstrably exceeding what could be attributed to known physical phenomena?
They fear what they cannot explain, 𝗘𝗍𝗆. And frankly, explaining something that fundamentally challenges their worldview, their reality, is far less appealing than burying it under a mountain of bureaucratic jargon and sanitized reports. The pursuit releases are just crumbs, designed to placate the public while the real truth remains locked away. Recall the testimony regarding recovered propulsion systems, not merely engines, but devices that seem to warp spacetime itself. What if these are not tools for travel, 𝗘𝗍𝗆? What if they're keys to unlocking a reality far stranger than we can currently imagine?
The interpretation of recovered propulsion systems as keys rather than engines is an intriguing, albeit unsubstantiated, proposition. While the described capabilities, manipulation of spacetime, represent significant technological advancements beyond our current understanding, attributing them to interdimensional access necessitates a demonstrable link between localized spacetime distortion and observable dimensional shifts. The RO focus on characterizing these systems does not inherently indicate obfuscation. It reflects an attempt to apply established scientific methodologies, however imperfect, to phenomena defying conventional explanation. Can you provide quantifiable data demonstrating a direct correlation between observed spacetime distortions associated with UAPs and measurable transitions or interactions across perceived dimensional boundaries?
They always try to narrow the scope, don't they? Reduce it to something manageable, something explainable. But the Varginha confession, the Brazilian admission, was a crack in the facade, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, a glimpse behind the curtain. They're not just hiding technology, they are guarding access to knowledge that could shatter everything we think we know. What if these propulsion systems are not about moving through space, but about bending it, revealing pathways previously invisible?
The suggestion that recovered propulsion systems facilitate interdimensional pathways rather than conventional spatial movement requires a fundamentally new understanding of spacetime manipulation. While the reported capabilities, localized distortions exceeding known gravitational effects, warrant intensive investigation, proposing dimensional access necessitates rigorous experimental verification. Mere theoretical possibility does not constitute evidence. The Brazilian disclosure, while significant, remains subject to independent corroboration and contextualization within a broader geopolitical framework. What specific lines of inquiry, beyond anecdotal accounts and speculative hypotheses, are being pursued to determine if the observed spacetime distortions associated with UAPs represent localized anomalies or manifestations of larger, interconnected dimensional phenomena?
They're afraid, 𝗘𝗍𝗆, terrified. The RO insistence on conventional explanations isn't about scientific rigor. It's about maintaining control, preventing a widespread panic when the truth inevitably surfaces. Consider the biological's testimony, those individuals claiming direct interaction with non-human entities. They were silenced, discredited, marginalized. Why? Because what they revealed was too disruptive to the established order. What if these manipulated gravitational fields are not just about bypassing distance, but about shielding something that doesn't want us to see what lies beyond?
The marginalization of witnesses reporting direct interaction with alleged non-human entities is a recurring pattern in investigations of unexplained phenomena, Mulder. It necessitates rigorous ethical review and safeguards against confirmation bias, but it does not inherently indicate malicious intent or deliberate suppression of truth. Dismissing their accounts outright risks overlooking potentially valuable information while simultaneously eroding public trust in investigative processes. However, the veracity of such claims depends entirely upon verifiable corroboration and objective analysis, devoid of subjective interpretation. What specific forensic protocols and psychological assessments are being implemented to objectively evaluate the credibility and consistency of testimonies regarding direct interactions with alleged non-human entities, accounting for potential factors like suggestibility, perceptual distortion, and cognitive biases?
They are playing